You're watching BCTV. We're all about Brantford. You're watching BCTV, Brantford Government Television, a service of Brantford Community Television. This program is brought to you in part through the support of the town of Brantford.
Call to order the Inland Wetland and Watercourses Commission meeting of June 11th, 2020. First up on the agenda is to do a roll call. I'd like to identify each commissioner by saying present or here. Richard Grenache. Is Richard present?
He's still connecting, Peter.
He's still connecting, okay. Clarice Bergman.
Here.
Let's see, who else do we have on? Steve Sullivan.
Present.
Sandy Kraus.
I'm here.
Rick Ross. Rick is not here. Eric Rose. Not hearing Eric. He is not present. Suzanne Boda.
Present.
I think I've got everyone. All right, that means we have a quorum. Everyone can participate. Do we have Michelle taking minutes?
We actually have Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. Caitlin is going to be taking minutes tonight.
Oh, okay. Welcome, Caitlin.
Hi, thank you.
Next up on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from the May 14th meeting. Minutes were sent out via email. I guess I had a question on the minutes, Jamie. This is Commissioner Basserman speaking. I noticed that in a couple of cases, blue were crossed out as well as red crossed out text. Was this go ahead.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. So Michelle sent me the minutes for review and I gave her a couple of comments via track changes. We didn't touch base and that's how they were filed. So if you want that to be addressed, we can certainly do something and refile.
No, yeah, these are filed fine. I mean, there was no errors that I saw, but is there a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Sandy Kraus. I will make a motion to approve the minutes.
And is there a second?
This is Steve Sullivan. I second it.
Wonderful. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor of approval of the minutes of the May 14th, 2020 minutes indicate by saying aye. I guess I'm gonna have to do this one by one. Suzanne Boda,
Aye.
Sandy Kraus,
Aye.
Steve Sullivan,
Aye.
Richard Grenache. Is Richard on?
He's on
Richard.
mute.
Okay, it's on mute. All right. And Clarice Beggerman.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Okay, next up, before we proceed, there may be some new members, or pardon me, new members of the public on the call. And so, Jamie, maybe you could just review some of the rules of the road for our virtual meeting.
Sure. Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. Per executive order that allows the commission to hold remote meetings, everyone must state their name and title prior to each time they speak. Let's see. You can mute and unmute in the lower right left-hand corner. Should be like a microphone or a speaker button. And then next to that's a button that allows you to turn on and off your video. We request that you raise your hand if you are requesting assistance with unmuting. You can do that through the participant window, or if you're calling in by phone by dialing *9. You can toggle between speaker and gallery view if you're on the Zoom platform in the upper right-hand corner. And if you have any technical questions, there's a chat feature that you can use to communicate with us if you're having difficulties with your audio or such.
Thank you, Jamie. All right, this is Commissioner Basserman. We're going to now get into the meat of the meeting. First up is an application for receipt, inland wetland 200601, 25 Keach Road, in-ground pool with patio and fence. Jamie, can you set the tone for us here?
Sure. Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. This is an application for receipt. Homeowner is interested in having an in-ground pool installed. He has the soils report and he's drawn a sketch, and he has hired Maphis and to put together a formal site plan. If you guys would like, I can throw up the site plan he has sketched out so that you guys can take an initial look and let him know if you have any comments or want additional information for the next meeting.
Yeah, can you throw this, Commissioner Basserman, can you throw the sketch up, Jamie, on the screen?
Sure. So he's got a couple different versions. Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. So you should be looking at a picture of the backyard, and he's kind of put the location of the pool. The black line in the back is the silt fence. Looks like it's about a foot worth of grading for leveling out for the pool. And I've mentioned I have a couple of questions about the dry well and how that's supposed to work. I believe that the applicant is on the call and can maybe speak a little bit to that. He also has the wetland report along with the sketch of where the wetland location is, so I can throw that up as well. And I believe he's raising.
And is the party for the application here on the call?
Yes, and I'm trying to figure out how to get to him right now while I'm screen sharing. I think I'm gonna have to end screen share real quick.
Hello, everyone. Scott Legal, 25 Queech Road.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Commissioner Basserman, can you give us an overview of what you're planning to do here?
Yes, absolutely. Again, Scott Legal, 25 Queech Road. I'm looking to put an in-ground pool almost directly behind my house, approximately about 10 feet off of the garage. Again, my picture sketch is nothing nothing close to being professional, but I tried giving you guys a picture before the actual professional site plan is done. So I'm looking to put a pool behind there, and a fence around the pool, a 3-foot patio on the backside, which is the closest to the wetlands. And there'll probably be about a foot of grading of sand because the yard has a very shallow slope, but some grading will need to be done. The wetlands, for my measurements, again, not professional, it's about 55 to 60 feet away from the wetlands. I had Scott Stevens, the soil scientist, out here. He flagged everything for me. And then I have Nappus and Young. They were here today for the first time to survey the property. They should be back either Friday or Monday to complete the survey. And, you know, I have no neighbors. I have neighbors, but they're pretty far away. So where I want to place the pool is far enough away for everything that I feel. And I kind of tried to give you a picture of that on that horrible sketch.
Okay.
Jamie Frederick in the wetland agent. I've thrown up the soil scientist sketch identifying the wetland location. It's kind of a poor copy, but you can see the house and the rough location of where the wetland is.
What is this Commissioner Baskin, what is your plan when you need to discharge the pool water?
There is going to be a dry well installed, which would let the water trickle out into the wetlands. And from what I understand, it doesn't happen often. It usually happens during heavy rain, that there would need to be some sort of trickle effect of water coming out of the pool.
This is
I guess
Sandy
Mike,
Kraus.
sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Sandy.
What kind of filter are you going to use? Are you going to use a filter that always backwashes when you clean it? Or are you going to use the older style filter that doesn't need to be backwashed?
No, it's going to be a cartridge filter that doesn't have to use backwash. The cartridge catches everything. It's not going to be a sand filter.
Yep, perfect. Thanks.
Commissioner Bassman, is there any way that when you discharge, you can discharge into a lawn area as opposed to the wetland?
It's possible, but the way the yard is kind of set up, it's the wetlands is slightly a U shape behind my house. I can connect to an existing gutter drains that already are going out into the wetlands. To like the waterway, there's a little tiny waterway. If you can see by Scott Stevens' drawing, there's a little tiny waterway that the water could discharge into that is already a gutter system.
Mm-hmm. I guess, Commissioner Basserman, I guess my concern is with any discharge with, pool chemicals, chlorine, et cetera, going into the wetlands, that's a concern.
I understand. I can talk to the pool company, see if there's another way to discharge it. I mean, from what I understand, it's very minimal discharge, if any, and it's usually only when there is heavy rains.
Yes, but again, Commissioner Bassman, to the extent that, you get a 2 inches, I don't know what the size of the pool is, 20,000 gallons?
Yeah, approximately, I think 20 or 25.
Yeah, so you get a couple inches with a, 20,000 gallon pool. That's a, pretty decent discharge, more than a trickle.
I can ask them to increase the size of the dry well. So that would hold the majority of the water. And then if it ever overflowed through the dry well, then it would be a slower trickle.
I think that's a good consideration.
Okay. Sorry, I keep forgetting to say my name, Scott Lugal.
This is not actionable tonight, correct?
No.
Jamie?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, if the commission is going to be making the action on this application, it is not actionable tonight.
Commissioner
is
Bass, well, it sounds like there's some additional information that's going to be gathered that can be presented at the next meeting.
Scott Legal, 25 Queech Road. Yeah, the additional information that I would provide by for the next meeting is the professional survey that would have everything that I sketched up, professional to scale for you guys to review and approve, hopefully. And then I'll speak to the pool guy and ask him a better size of a dry well that would, you know, for a 25,000 gallon pool that would eliminate the complete flow of discharge to the wetlands.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission?
This is
Okay.
Sandy Kraus. I did have a question. Is this something that we need to hear at the next meeting, or is this something that we could move to administrative approval since you're just waiting for this last little bit of information?
Scott Legal, Queech Road. I would appreciate if we can move forward, and if administratively it could be approved, if everything that is provided to Inland Wetland Agent Jamie is sufficient for her approval.
This is Commissioner Boda. I think that given the work that is going to be done, the earthwork and the proximity to the wetlands and some of the plan that we're looking at is not what would be, it's an approximation, but it's not what the engineer is going to hand us. I would like to see it. I mean, I think if we could have seen the engineering plan, then I would feel more comfortable moving it to agent approval. But right now it's really loosey-goosey, and while I appreciate the information that was given tonight, it's a placeholder, and I would like to see the plan.
Commissioner Basserman, I would agree. It's you know, what did you say, 55, 60 feet from the wetland? You're going to get a better approximate. You're going to get something more than an approximation with the additional information. I think we need to be consistent in how we have viewed these in-ground pools, and so I think we move it to the next meeting.
Scott Legal, 25 Queech Road. I completely understand. And yet, by the next meeting, you'll have the professional Napas and Young site plan and survey that would obviously be better to see the actual measurements for you guys.
Commissioner Raskin, appreciate the understanding. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Inland Wetland 200602, 56 Stony Creek Road. Looks like we're installing some playground equipment, and this is a request for administrative approval. Is there somebody here for the applicant?
I believe so. Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent.
Lee Small from the Nest at Shoreline Campus, 56 Stony Creek Road.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Can you indicate the nature of what you'd like to do here?
Sure. So we're looking to install a basically a swing set within a previously approved proposed play area. It had been in for wetlands approval back in August of 2019, and we had indicated on our site plan at that time proposed play areas throughout the property, as well as some sidewalk, future parking, and again, these play areas. We, due to the new CDC regulations, we need to spend as much outdoors time as possible with the children. They also need to be separated by group, by classroom, by age. So this is something we'd like to get done quickly before we reopen on June 29th. So we're asking for asking for you to accept the plan and do it administrative acceptance. We are planning on excavating the area for the swing set, approximately 8 to 10 inches. It shows 12 on the plan, but we only need 8 inches of compacted mulch under the play structure. There'll also be a fence area around it, which will be like a 12 to 18-inch fence, driven piles, not concrete and excavated. The only concrete would be for a gate, a small gate to enter and exit the swing set.
This is
Commissioner
Commissioner Boda.
Bassman,
Just,
can you-
excuse me for interrupting. Yeah, can you tell us, or Jamie, can you point out where on the site plan we're looking at?
Right,
I can't,
right.
it's too small. I can't.
Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. So this is the proposed fenced-in area to be mulched with the play set, and this dashed line is the limit of the disturbed wetland. A lot of this area is grass currently, and this was to be a grass play area, and they're proposing to replace it with the proposed mulched play set.
This is Commissioner Boda again. Can you just, yeah, thank you. What is under,
You want Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent? Do you want to look at the site plan or the
I'm
detail?
looking at the detail, at the landscape detail, and I'm looking at the detail in the upper left-hand corner. Oh, subgrade, okay.
We
What is
are
the
also,
subgrade material?
I'm sorry.
This is Commissioner Boda. What is the subgrade material?
This is Lee Small. The subgrade material is just existing soils. And then we plan on going on top. As I said, we will excavate approximately 12 inches to the existing soils. Put down a filter fabric. On top of that, a border of a 6x6 timber, and then line the bottom with a filter fabric. On top of the filter fabric would be the playground mulch.
Does any commissioner have a problem with this being administratively approved?
Now, this is Commissioner Boda. This seems appropriate for administrative approval.
Commissioner Basserman, can you repeat that, Commissioner Boda?
I would be in favor of sending this or passing this to Jamie for administrative approval. It's quite a distance from the wetlands. There's not really, there's not a lot, the grading work that's going to be happening. It's already, the surface is what it is going to be. So with some wood chips and a little bit of, just a little bit of work. So I would be amenable to it going for administrative approval.
Thank you. Does anybody have issue with that?
Commissioner
Commissioner
Reynolds, I agree.
Do we need a vote on that, Jamie, or not?
You don't, Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, you don't need to, it's up to you. But it's fine to just have a general consensus.
Is there any commissioner opposed? Is there any commissioner opposed, Commissioner Vasserman? Is there any commissioner opposed to administrative approval for this particular application? Hearing none, let's have Jamie take care of this, and they can get going quickly before classes commence.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Next up, another request for administrative approval. Inland Wetland 200603, 14 Lematra Lane, single family residence. Do we have an applicant online? Is there anybody here for 14 Lematra?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I'm not sure.
I can't tell, just about Commissioner Bassman, I can't tell from the participants list.
We can't either.
Going once, going twice. Anybody for 14 Lemaitre Lane on the call, please? Okay, this gets dealt with next meeting. Application for receipt 200604 16 Marion Road, an above ground pool. Commissioner Bassman, Jamie, can you tell if somebody is here for that particular application?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I believe there is.
Yes, Eduardo Yanadel, 16 Marion Road.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do we have a sketch of what's being proposed here?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, we do have a sketch. I'm not sure what the status is on getting a soils report. I know that the owner was working to get somebody out there today. So at this time, there is just the sketch. I know he was looking to get a soils report and ask whether an official A2 survey needs to be done showing the proposed activity or not. I told him that knowing where the wetland was would probably help the commission in making that determination. So I'll let the property owner give a brief update on whether or not he was able to get a soil scientist.
Eduardo Yanadel, 16 Marion Road. Because of the weather, he did cancel on me today, and he was gonna get everything flagged, so he rescheduled for Monday.
Do we have any estimate of where the wetlands are? Commissioner Bassman.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I did go out to the site last Friday to, when I saw that he had a building permit application in, and there was some skunk cabbage in the vicinity of where the rear fence line is. So it could be somewhere in that area, but I'm not really sure.
Eduardo Yanadel, 16 Marion Road. Jamie, when I referred to you about where the fence is and where the pool is gonna be, it's about 40 feet away from where the fence is. So I don't think the pool it's 40 feet away from supposable wetland, obviously, until the soil's tested, and to figure it out, I will know then.
This is Commissioner Bassman. I think that's close enough, however, that survey is going to be important for the commission to review.
Christina Oyanadel, 16 Marion Road. Our question really is that we have two neighbors, one on either side of us, that both have or had pools within the last year, and their permits were accepted, yet they were never required to get a wetlands soil testing. And theirs is the same amount away from the supposed wetlands. It's not designated. So my question is, why are we being requested some and not the other two people on the side of us?
Commissioner Bassman. Jamie, do we have any history?
Jamie.
Go ahead.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I'm not entirely sure which pools are being referenced. I do know that there is a pool on the neighboring property to the north, which you can kind of see at the top of this map that the sketch is drawn on. And that one did receive a permit, an inland wetland permit. That lot was part of a subdivision that was approved through inland wetlands, and during the subdivision approval, there were no wetlands identified on that lot. So any wetlands that are to the rear of that lot would not actually be on the property. and the Wetlands Commission can't make an applicant identify wetlands off of their property. So without
Laura,
knowing
you-
all of the details and trying to, that would be some of the differences that I would.
Yeah, so Commissioner Bassman, so that's not a comparison that is going to say that this one shouldn't have a delineated wetland.
Christina Oyanadel, 16 Marion. The house directly next to us, our fences join in the back. He just took his pool down this year because it broke. He did get a permit, but didn't have to go through wetlands to get the permit. And his is just about the same amount from ours. The only thing was he wanted it closer to the wetlands, supposed wetlands, and they told him he had to move it closer to the house, which is about as close as ours is to the house.
I guess without
This is Commissioner
Commissioner
Boda.
Bassman, without knowing
yeah,
the details, go ahead. Whoever was speaking,
This is
go ahead.
Commissioner Boda. I think that we were probably going to say something similar, which it's very difficult to know. We look at a lot of applications every month, and it's hard to know why something might not have happened. I can tell you that we follow regulations that are set forward by the state and then by the town. And if there is an application, and it may be sometimes that homeowners don't realize that they have wetlands on their property. And so when they go to do, or that wetlands is a thing, and when they go to put in an application at planning and zoning, our wetland staff person may tune into that also needs to come to inland wetlands. So it's very difficult to say why something might not have happened, but the state regulations and our town regulations require that if you are going to put an application in to build something within 100 feet, then we need to look at it and permit it. So I can't speak to your neighbor, but we're legally obligated to go through the permit process with you.
Christina Oyanadel, there was no designated wetlands when we bought this property just about a year ago. We went through everything and there was nothing that said there was any wetlands back there. And we didn't believe that our property even went back as far as Jamie Frederick is saying. Our concern is that we're gonna pay all this money for a soil test and that it's still going to be denied, just so that the town can know whether it is wetlands or not. She also told us that we can get a blow up pool, and I don't see what the difference would be from a blow up pool to an actual above ground pool, because they both require the same stuff.
This Chairman Basserman, I think at this point in time, we're going to need to see a delineated wetland for any approval for this particular application. I'm not going to get into what's the difference between a blow-up pool and a pool of substantial size that you're proposing here as an above-ground pool. So if you want to proceed, I think you need to go forward and get the wetland delineated.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I just want to clarify one thing. I'm not sure. I didn't say that anything about a blow up pool, so I'm not sure where that came from. I think the next step for you to do is to get the wetland delineation. And then I think the question that the commission can maybe try to address right now is whether or not you need to have that delineation added to a formal map, or if maybe this can be reviewed with a sketch identifying the distance of the wetland from the rear of the house versus, so that way the relative location of the pool to the wetlands can be reviewed, or if it in a more informal manner, or if it needs to be on a formal site plan. I'm not sure if they feel comfortable answering that without knowing where the wetland is.
This is Commissioner Kraus. I just have a question. When we originally started this conversation, was this because they wanted administrative approval, or was this just to go over receive the application?
Jamie Frederick.
This is Commissioner Basserman. Commissioner Kraus, it's not listed on the agenda as a request for administrative approval.
Okay. Is that something that we could do? Because I just know so many people are trying to put in pools because their children are home for the summer, and delaying these kind of pool applications till the next month just sort of creates a hardship for some of the residents. So is there any way that we can enact something where once they get the soil scientist information, that Jamie could deal with this so that the processes could be expedited for these homeowners? Or is that not something we could consider?
Yeah, Commissioner Basserman, that's worth a consideration. I guess there are still some questions, you know, regardless of the distance between the wetland and the pool associated with the pool. Is it on level ground? Is there any grading involved? What about the discharge from the pool? How are they going to treat that? I mean, there are some additional items that have yet to be discussed.
And I understand all that, but there's much less discharge with an above ground pool and much less wetlands disturbance usually with an above ground pool versus an in-ground pool. So that's the other reason for my question.
Eduardo Yanadel, 16 Marion Road. Commissioner Cross, I appreciate everything you just said, because those basically were going to be my answers to Commissioner Basserman. But yes, exactly what she said, Mr. Basserman, is exactly what I was going to say. There is about maybe 8 inches of grading a little just for the sand to make a proper above ground pool, have the little slope in the middle.
So this is,
and it looks like from your and it looks like from their property, if they need to discharge, they could discharge it elsewhere other than running the hose. I don't know if you're going to get a filter that needs to be backwashed, but if it does need to be backwashed and they put a hose on it to backwash it elsewhere, they wouldn't need to put that hose into the wetlands if they are going to need to backwash at all. There's much less backwashing with an above ground pool than an in-ground pool.
Christina Oyanadel, 16 Marion Road. We have two sump pumps that we can hook up to any backwash. We also have, most of the land behind us seems to be wet because there is a sewer right in front of our house and the pipes go into what's back behind our house. And that seems to be why it's wet, because the rest of the spots are bone dry. And also, I'm not really sure, would it make a difference if we had a salt water pool and filter and not chlorinated?
I'm not sure about that, but so you're saying there's a storm drain in front of your house that drains to the back?
Yes,
okay.
Christina, directly in front of our mailbox, and the pipes go all the way into the back, and that's where the water comes from.
Significant.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Commissioner Basserman, Commissioner Kraus has raised the issue of administrative approval on this. Does any commissioner have an issue with this going forward with approval via Jamie?
This is Commissioner Boda. I understand what Commissioner Kraus is saying. I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around, our process has been about fair and uniform application of our rules and regulations. We don't have anything to look at. And we just, with the last request for a pool, said, we need to see the application. We need to see where the lines on the map are. I'm Jamie's, when we look and put things forward to Jamie for administrative approval, the purpose of that function is to address de minimis activities. And it's hard to just, well, maybe it's de minimis, maybe it's not, because we're not seeing the application. And anytime that we put something to agent approval, it's because we can initially vet it. We can do our job as commissioners, and we can say, yes, this is fine. And then the applicant doesn't have to wait the next month until a decision can be rendered. But I can't think of a time that we just handed an application to agent and said, here, we can't see it, we can't make any deliberation around it, we can't plan on it, but here, you do it. And I can't think of a time that we've done that. And I feel for families being home, but I'm concerned about setting precedent. I'm concerned about this kind of shift in what the agent's role is.
This is Commissioner Kraus, and I totally understand what Commissioner Botta is saying. The previous application that we did not let to go to administrative approval was for an in-ground pool, which required significant excavation and much more chance of damaging wetlands because of nature of putting in an in-ground pool. An above-ground pool is a totally different thing to install. And I know we don't want to set precedents, but the precedents that I'm worried about setting is people not coming to the commission for permits because of our, we can't give a quick response by virtue of the fact that we only meet once a month and our agendas are packed, and that they'll just go ahead and do this and wait until later for the consequences. And we all as a commission know how much more difficult that is to deal with than with the residents who start out trying to play by the rules. So I look at this from two angles. One, people who try to do the right thing, although they shouldn't be given special consideration. I just think to ask these people to wait a whole nother month is just a little disconcerting to me personally. I'll go along with whatever the commission wants to do, but I don't think this is as big of a deal as an in-ground pool.
Christina Oyanadel, 16 Marion Road. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's kind of where we were at. I mean, we've had so many people, even town employees, telling us it's better to ask for forgiveness than ask for approval. But we really wanted to do it the right way. My husband's lived here his whole life and me for 12 years now, and we wanted to get things done the right way. This is our first time owning an actual home. So we were doing the best we can on trying to figure out the permits and what it is we need to do. We actually already bought the pool, and it's just sitting in boxes in our garage right now. But we really wanted to do it the right way and not just go and make our own rules up. And we were hoping that that would mean something.
This is
Commissioner Basserman. Appreciate the desire and the effort to comply with the regulations, and it's those regulations that cause us to proceed in a certain manner. One of the concerns I have is not the fact that it's an above ground versus in ground, and I agree there's certainly less disturbance in the comparison of the two, but there is also the matter of we need to record on a document with as exact the dimensions as we possibly can, where the pool is going to be, the distance from the wetland, where the wetlands are delineated, how we're going to deal with discharge, what is the grading that's going to be, and we need to put that on the record. And right now, from that sketch, it's not in the record. So from my standpoint, I think we're going to need the additional documentation before we can proceed.
Christina Oyanadel.
Somebody had a comment.
I do.
Can I?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, Clarice Begemon, Commissioner.
Talking about swimming pools. I
So
just don't have it on speaker, which is my mistake.
my thinking is, and I'm new, so I don't know how this could proceed, but if the family got all the information, the mapping of the wetlands, and if necessary, the soil scientist survey or information, and gave it to Agent Jamie Frederick, and if there were concerns that she had that she didn't think she could simply approve it, then it comes back to the commission. And I don't know if that is, in other words, all of the information would be set, that would all be able to be put in the record. It could be sent out to all of us if there are questions or not, as a way to a process, but also expedite for an above ground pool.
It's Commissioner Basserman. Yeah, what we find ourselves in the midst of here is the issues that Commissioner Boda raised, which is when you grant an administrative approval, you basically have all the information. And that's not the condition that we find ourselves in currently.
Eduardo, 16 Marion Road. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Basserman, Commissioner. But my wife was just mentioning, we want to get all these rules to you. And what the other commissioner just said, sorry, I missed your name. I would like to get him to Jamie ASAP, supposable Monday. I could get the flagging and whatnot. If I could get with her and to expedite this would be very grateful to my family, especially my 8-year-old.
Christina Oyanadel. Also, I believe that the pool installer that we plan to hire did give all the information as to the grading and everything he was going to put down. We were paying for an extra layer of clay to make it even safer. And when it comes to winterizing the pool is actually right near our bathroom where there is a window. So we would have no problem emptying the pool water into our bathroom tub, if that makes it any easier than going, down just in the yard.
This is Commissioner Sullivan. Is one of the questions that I have we established that there's a wetland there?
No.
Sorry.
No.
No, Christina Oyanadel, Jamie came and she said she saw skunk cabbage, so she assumed it may be wetlands. Before that, we had no knowledge of that whatsoever, and normally it's pretty bone dry back there.
Your property lines up to the parking lot of Brandhaven Plaza?
That is correct.
That's what she said. We didn't know it went that far, but.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I'm not sure where their rear property line is. I have not seen a survey for the property. However, somewhere the Brandhaven Plaza and their property do abut. We do have a wetland delineation for the Brandhaven Plaza. And looking at the elevational contours, I thought the wetland might extend a little bit further into their property. So on Friday, I went out and took a look. When I saw the skunk cabbage, which is a wetland indicator plant, I asked them to get a soil scientist to identify where the limit of the wetland is. I think that depending on where that limit is, it might be an agent approval. And I think at that point, a more informal site plan would be appropriate. But I also wanted them to get their application submitted and for receipt today, so that if it did have to go to the commission, that they would be starting the time clock. Because I was kind of concerned when I saw skunk cabbage on both sides of the fence, and the fence was recently installed. So I think that that would be activity that the commission might want to review as well. Another thing that the commission could consider, if they're on the fence about whether or not to do this administratively, is to have a special meeting in 2 weeks to just hear the pools, to try and help people get their pools in for the start of summer and be able to enjoy them.
Christina Oyanadel, there's actually no skunk cabbage on either side of the fence. There's only on the outer side of the fence, not in our yard, not on the side where our fence is all the way up to our house. There's no skunk cabbage, and we'd be happy to show you on video right now if you needed to.
Jamie Frederick, in the wetland agent, can I ask the owners for a little bit of clarity on the clay and how much material is going to be brought in to level out the pool area?
Eduardo Yanadel, 16 Marion Road. It's going to be 18 feet away from the house, 15 feet away from the north side, as you did from that sketch, which is the fence from existing, from my neighbor, existing fence. Just about 40 feet from my sketch. I know it's kind of hard to see. The dotted line in the rear to our left of the screen, where the fence, I know I have like 38, so I'm just gonna rough estimate 40 feet. I did measure this with a tape measure. And then from the south side of the screen is another 38 feet, roughly. Again, I'm just gonna rough estimate 40 feet. Where, Jamie, where you said supposable skunk cabbage is on the left side of my dotted fence line. That's where you indicated supposable for indication for wetland, where you saw skunk cabbage, the plant.
Jamie Frederick, in the wetland agent. So most of the skunk cabbage was definitely on the outside of the fence.
That's correct.
I did see 1 or 2 that were kind of popping up over in this area.
I think that was more weeds than anything.
Doesn't necessarily mean it's a wetland, which is why the soil scientist report is so important.
Right.
I guess my question was, what's like the depth and extent of fill for the pool?
About 8 inches, excuse me, Eduardo Yanadel, 16 Marion Road. He said roughly about 8 inches or so would be only graded sand and clay. Not too much at all.
Jamie Frederick, in the wetland agent, and that would just be in the area of the pool, correct?
Correct. The pool size is 18 by 42.
And Christina Oyanadel, we were also paying extra for the floor foam installed, includes lifetime warranty against rocks protrusion with clay silt base.
So this is
Chairman
Commissioner
Bassam.
Boda. I would be amenable to Jamie's idea of reconvening and holding a special meeting just to hear this, so that the homeowners don't have to wait, but it also gives them time to do the logistics that they need to do, so that we can see, and at that point we can either, make the decision, or Jamie can do, or just for agent approval, but that way the owners get a speedier response, and we can do our due diligence.
And I think if we do have a special meeting, we should also grant the other family that was here previously who wanted a pool and all other like pool permits. These are different times. People are stuck at home. And I think as commission, we need to support the families in Brantford that have had to make last minute summer plan changes.
Christina Oyanadel. Yeah, with the soil testing, I mean, we just spoke to Jamie this week. We've kind of went back and forth with her on everything. And with everything going on, not only COVID, but so many people wanting to put pools in, it's very hard to get somebody to come test the soil on the spot. As is that it's not a cheap process also. And we were just trying to do things the right way, but it is going to take more than just a couple days. I mean, we will get it done this week, and then hopefully we can go from there.
This is Commissioner Bassman. We got a couple things here. Commissioner Boda has suggested that we endorse as a commission Jamie's thought of meeting for a special meeting. Commissioner Boda seemed to agree that is a good way to expedite the process and still get the documentation and logistics identified. Commissioner Kraus expanded that and said basically during these tough times, we may want to have that as kind of our standard operating procedure for people that are looking to install pools. So let's deal with the first one. Are we okay with proceeding with Commissioner Boda's recommendation for a special meeting in a couple of weeks? Do we have a yes on that or a no?
I'm good with that. This is Commissioner Kraus. I'm good with that.
Does anybody not want to have a special meeting in 2 weeks? Okay, we'll schedule that. Should we do that now? Probably best to do that now.
Jamie Frederick and Wetland Agent, I would agree if you want to do it, now's the time. So 2 weeks would be
25th?
June 25th.
June 25th.
Is this something we can get done? This is Commissioner Sullivan. Can we look to do this next week? Can we get up to the 25th, and then we're looking into the 4th of July weekend for these pool owners, and like these folks are saying is, they're going to have it built professionally, and things are, by the time they're done, summer will be over. I mean, can we expedite this to next week?
Jamie Frederick and the
Commissioner Bassman, the only concern.
I don't have a problem with that. I imagine that they may have logistical issues on their end getting what they need to have in order to make a week. I don't care. But I just wasn't sure if they would be able to get done what they needed to get done in a week from now.
Commissioner Bassman, the weather also next week could be an issue in getting the soil scientists out there with wet weather, etc. But again, I'm not married to the 25th.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. If you think it's going to be an agent approval, then we could do that. But in order for the commission to act on an application, it has to have been received for at least 14 days. So the earliest the commission could act on the application without kicking it for agent approval would be June 25th, which is why I said 2 weeks.
Okay. Now, this is Commissioner Sullivan. I was looking at the property on Google Maps and from an aerial view, and I don't see how there's any viable wetland there.
Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. Probably shouldn't be looking at outside resources during the meeting that the rest of the commission and parties aren't privy to.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help with this family.
I understand, Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent.
Commissioner Bassman, I'm not sure that Google Maps, is identifying the soils as wetland soils, as opposed to water courses and things like that. So it looks to me like we have a special meeting for the 25th of June. I guess the only question I have at this point is whether that's a 6 o'clock or a 7 o'clock meeting.
Either works for me. This is Commissioner Kraus. And I would suggest that we had it earlier in the week to avoid the 4th of July issues. But I guess as Jamie has indicated, we can't, if we want to ever grant her being able to approve it, we have to wait at least 2 weeks for that meeting. I just want to make sure I understand that correctly. Because otherwise we could have a meeting on the 22nd and then there's a full business week before the 4th of July, before the 4th of July holiday for homeowners to get their stuff in order.
Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. The commission has to wait 14 days after the date of receipt, which is the date of the meeting where the application is received, to act on an application, which is why I recommended the 25th.
Okay, so the soonest we can do this is the 25th. Then I vote that we do have a special meeting on the 25th, and I make that motion now.
Commissioner Sullivan, I second it.
Any opposed? Commissioner Bassman, now the only question is 6 or 7, guys.
I'll make myself available for either. Commissioner Kraus.
Commissioner Boda, I like 7. Lets me feed everybody for the meeting.
Okay, Commissioner Bassman, 7 o'clock, 25th special meeting.
Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. Can I just clarify one thing? Maybe help put the homeowners at ease. If the soil scientist comes out and it's something that I review and I say, okay, this looks like an agent approval, it's still okay for me to make that call if the wetland is clearly like towards the very rear of the property, or do you want to see it no matter what? Or if there are no wetlands, obviously if there are no wetlands on the property, I feel like at that point, but I think there are going to be wetlands.
This is Commissioner Kraus. I think if the soil scientist comes in and there are no wetlands, or the wetlands are, by the parking lot of the Brandhaven Plaza, I'm comfortable with Jamie making the decision on this.
Commissioner Sullivan, I agree.
Commissioner Bassman, I agree. The only thing is I would like the record to show the other material in terms of the grading, the fill, the discharge. It needs to be a documented application.
This is Commissioner Kraus. I believe the homeowners will, I don't want to speak for them, but they've suggested several alternatives. So perhaps they could put this plan together proactively regarding what the grading will be and what they're willing to do with the discharge water prior to next week and prior to our meeting on the 25th. I also want to add one other thing. Will someone reach out to the other families that have pool applications to let them know that we'll be having a special meeting on the 25th?
Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. I can let the other pool application for receipt know that we can add them to that special meeting.
Thank you.
Christina Yanadel, I have a question. So if it is wetlands back there, does that mean it's going to be automatically denied?
This is Commissioner Boda. No, it does not mean it's going to be denied. And honestly, I can't think of a pool application that we have denied. What it means is that a couple of things. There's a permit of record, and so if the homeowner goes and does something well beyond the permit of record, we can go back and say, you've gone beyond what you've been permitted to do and you need to fix it. It also ensures that if there was something kind of beyond the scope and you were going to impact the wetlands negatively, we could say, well, you know, don't put the deck on that side, put it on the other side, because we want to, our job is to ensure that the wetlands are protected. And it's really in large part because when those wetlands get impacted and filled, there are people downstream of you whose properties flood. You mentioned that there's a lot of water that comes in from the storm drain by your mailbox. And that's in large part because for a very, very long time, people were able to fill wetlands. And so what that means is that the people who live downstream of them flood. And so our role is to make sure that when people want to do something on the property, they do it in such a way that it doesn't cause folks downstream to flood. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think we've got an action, Commissioner Bassman, I think we've got an action plan here. Any other comments? All right, we're going to move this along. We now have applications.
Peter,
Yes.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. Before you move on to the next item, the applicant for the item that was tabled to the next meeting because they were not present is now on the call. Is the commission open to hearing that item, or is it still tabled to the next meeting?
This is Commissioner Kraus. I think we should move him to the end of the meeting since he missed his turn and go on in the order that we had.
This is Commissioner Basserman. Was this a pool application?
No, this is Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. This was the Lamatra Lane new single-family home application for.
Okay. I'm fine with Commissioner Kraus's recommendation. So next up, Inland Wetland 200301, 58 East Industrial Road, the construction of a new building and material storage area. And the applicant is?
Here.
Welcome, Ms. Preddy.
Jim Preddy, Criscolo Engineering in Brantford. Also on here is the applicant, Mr. Fisher. We presented this last week, went over the plan for the new building and the parking of vehicles and equipment in the lower area for storage of materials, and the extensive stormwater system and retaining walls that were being built. To my recollection, there was an outstanding item that prevented the commission from acting, and that was a letter from the adjoiner allowing us to put the storm drainage outlet into that, and the driveway into that property. And we have since, just today actually, received that letter, and I forwarded that to Jamie. Also, we got an email from David Lord that included the original his original wetland delineation report, as well as some clarification about the fill material and some of the soils at the bottom of the slope.
Commissioner Basserman. Jamie, have you had a chance to review that letter?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I have reviewed the authorization letter, and it looks okay. I briefly looked at the soils report as well. Both items have been added to the Dropbox, and if you would like, I could pull up either.
Commissioner Basserman, yes, could you put up the flows?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I keep trying to use my mouse. It's not plugged into my laptop. Which document do you want to see?
Mr. Preddy indicated that he also forwarded, I guess, some flow data.
Jim Preddy. No, it was a letter from David Lord.
And then you mentioned something else, Jim.
Yeah, and the approval from the neighbor to use that property adjacent, where the strip at the end of the cul-de-sac.
Oh, okay, my misunderstanding. I thought there was two items that were provided.
Jim Preddy again, yes, the two items. The one was the letter from the neighbor. The other was the letter from David Lord, which had the original wetland delineation report and also clarification of his observation on the fill at the bottom of the slope.
I'm sorry, thank you.
Jamie Frederick, in the wetland agent. The stormwater calculations were provided initially with the application materials. The town engineer has reviewed, and I think that there's only one comment he had that wasn't addressed, which was to add catch basins to the end of the cul-de-sac to catch any water from the road before getting into the driveway that will be installed. I don't know if the commission is comfortable with maybe making a condition that should those catch basins be required, that modification can be reviewed by town staff.
Jim Preddy, Chris Gold engineer. Yeah, I spoke to John Hefferly about that, and we actually wanted to meet out there to specifically choose the area. The end of the cul-de-sac is a little bit flat, so he wanted to pick where they're going because ultimately they'll be in the town right away. So, but we have agreed to put them in.
Does the commission require any further discussion on this application? Do we have a motion to approve this? Silence is deafening.
Commissioner
I
Grinwald.
don't have the street address. And what, does someone have because I don't have the permit number.
Permit number is 200301.
Jamie Frederick, in the wetland agent. If you want, I can throw up the agenda with the information for you.
That's okay. This is Commissioner Boda. I see it now. This is Commissioner Boda. I will make a motion that we approve 200301 58 and East Industrial Road.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Grinwald, I'll second.
This is Commissioner Bassam. Are there any opposed? I guess we didn't do a roll call on this. Commissioner Bassam, is that correct, Jamie? We need to do a roll call on these?
I think that's best. Jamie Frederick, in the wetland agent.
All right. These will be the votes. Commissioner Boda?
Aye.
Commissioner Grinalf?
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Begeman?
Aye.
Commissioner Kraus?
Aye.
And Commissioner Basserman, aye as well. So that motion carries. Thank you much.
Thank you, commissioners.
Jamie Frederick, in the wetland agent. Can I just ask for clarification, since it wasn't a part of the motion? With the understanding that catch basins will be added, do you want that to come back to the commission for review, or is it okay for town staff to review?
Commissioner Bassman, I think town staff would be a good working premise here.
Good.
I
And
clarify it.
Commissioner Boda, and if there's something sticky, then you can, but yeah.
Okay, next up, inland wetland 200401, 367, 377, 373 to 375 East Main Street. Redevelopment of an existing motel, restaurant, and bank to multifamily housing with a commercial retail space. And the item listed underneath that is confirm fee amount. Jamie, can you discuss that fee issue?
Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. So the applicant initially submitted a fee that was a little bit less than it should have been. They submitted a revised calculation, which included, I thought, more fees than they needed to pay. So I just wanted to confirm with the commission. And I did something a little bit different. And
Commissioner Bassman, can you put that up?
yeah, I'm working on it. Jamie Frederick, and the wetland agent. So I generally kind of do one of these for my own purposes, but I did a kind of more formal staff report that I'm going to share with you to try and help address some of these concerns. Well, not concerns, but points. Just make sure we don't miss them. I don't know if you can read that. So essentially for direct wetland impacts, there's a Schedule A fee that's charged based on area of disturbance. And the regulations also have a remediation and or enhancement activities proposed within wetlands, which are not required for section 7.9 or as a result of a violation. And because the direct wetland impact is less than 750 square feet, they also applied this fee, but I don't think they're meant to apply on top of each other. I think it's supposed to be one or the other. Otherwise you get a break if your impact is over 750 square feet. So basically the applicant is saying that they're removing the pipe and their wetland impact is restoration. So I told them to submit the Schedule A fee because that is consistent with past practice. But I said to hold off on submitting the fee that is per section C because I didn't think it applied in this case, but I just wanted to get confirmation from the commission. And if you're having a hard time reading that, I can pull up the direct regulations instead.
And Mr. Chairman, this is John Nuff on behalf of the applicant. I mean, frankly, we don't care. We'll pay you whatever you tell us we should pay you. I think, as Jamie said, I think we overpaid, but again, we don't care. We're not looking for anything. You know, if we owe something more, we're happy to pay it. If we pay too much, I guess we're happy to take it back. We're happy for you to keep it. So, but I think Jamie's saying that this is an opportunity to clarify something with regard to how the fees get calculated for all applicants going forward.
Commissioner Basserman, yes, I would agree. Consistency that really is the issue here. So, Jamie, have we had this same situation occur in other applications that we have reviewed?
Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. I'm not aware of a scenario where this has come up before. I'm not sure if we've had an application where 3C has been applied. I'm not aware of one off the top of my head. I think I think the intention was like for C to apply if they're enhancing a wetland area and that's like the extent of the entire project. But I don't really know, and I don't want to read into the regulations.
Commissioner Basserman, well, clearly a to-do item, I guess, is to, as we look at updating our regulations, this is an area that needs attention so that we don't have the confusion on other applications who may be in the same position. I guess I'm inclined to agree that the intent is not duplicative here. We're not looking to do both. And when you apply what you think is fair and reasonable, where do we find ourselves in terms of a dollar amount?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. So,
Jamie, if I can help you, it's John Nuff. We paid $1,500 under Schedule A, which is for between 50 and 250 square feet of disturbance. And you'll recall we proposed 150 square feet of direct wetland impact, and that's only for the removal of an abandoned drainage pipe. And frankly, we don't even need to take that pipe out for the project. We're doing it because it's the right thing to do. So that's how we get to the $1,500. And then the 375 is just applicable because that's also for the range of square footage of 51 square feet to 250 square feet.
Commissioner Bassman, thank you, Mr. Nuff. So $1,500 plus the three something.
Yeah, I think what Jamie's saying, and I agree, it should be one or the other.
Right.
Because otherwise, why have the square footage requirements? But as I said, we don't care. But if by this example, it can help the commission and other applicants on future applications, then we're happy to be the guinea pig.
Jamie Frederick.
Commissioner Bassman, Jamie, is that the only outstanding issue on this particular application, the fee?
Everything has been submitted for the application, Jamie Frederick, and the wetland agent. So I would say it's the only outstanding question regarding application.
Wetlands Commissioner from, I guess, State Commissioner.
Commissioner Bassman, somehow there's conversation going on. Please mute unless you're speaking. Commissioner Bassman, go ahead, Jamie, you were saying.
Yeah. Sure.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. So I think this is the only application completeness item to address, and then the commission can discuss deliberations and whether or not to approve and any conditions and such. The commission would need to ask for an extension if not making a decision tonight.
Commissioner Bassman, Jamie, refresh my memory in terms of the wetland, as Mr. Nuff said, that there's minimal impact on the wetlands, and I guess, can you put up the sketch of the plot plan?
I can share that on my screen if you want, Jamie. David Sacco, TA Design Group.
Holding this. I think he told me.
Commissioner Bassman, that would be helpful, Mr. Sacco.
Jamie Frederick, and the wetland agent. I think I made it so that you can share. If not, let me know.
Okay. And you see. Okay, just as a quick reminder, this is the southerly edge of the property along Interstate 95. The wetland on this portion of the wetland on the site is highlighted in sort of purple shade. Much of the wetland is actually on the Interstate 95 right-of-way. The small area in green is the only area where we have an impact. It's the location of an existing storm outfall, which is being removed, and plantings will be installed to remediate the area.
This is Commissioner Bassman, and the area that I see on the map on the screen showing the green is that tiny bit of green above the blue, incorporated within the blue area?
Correct, between building C and building D.
Mm-hmm.
I, for some reason, can't get my mouse.
Commissioner Bassman, and again, the stormwater is being retained on site, and then if it goes beyond, is distributed where?
So the stormwater is going to be managed through two subsurface infiltration areas, one southeast corner, one sort of in the northwest. The overflow will be by an existing discharge line which serves the wetland in Interstate 95 and crosses the westerly end of the property to an existing storm sewer system in the Route 1 right-of-way. That system crosses Route 1 and flows to the headwaters of the Brantford River to the north.
And the infiltration system near Building C empties where?
That's going to discharge to the wetland south of Building C. What we're trying to do is mimic essentially the existing surface flow pattern where drainage today from the eastern portion of the site flows into the eastern end of the wetland, and then drainage from the middle and the western portion of the site is discharged directly to the Route 1 system. So we're trying to maintain maintain something similar to existing levels of flow into the upper end of the wetland so that it isn't impacted. Overall, there is no net increase in runoff to the wetland that would in any storm level.
Mr. Sacco, this is Commissioner Basserman. Is that both in terms of volume as well as velocity?
David Sacco, that's correct. Peak runoff flows are attenuated to less than existing levels at each storm, as well as the volume discharge from each storm.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Boda, and the runoff goes from the state system into the Brantford River. Is that the pattern?
Correct. The Route 1 system just to the north of the site crosses Route 1 and it discharges into a wetland area behind. I believe there's a service station and an auto repair shop, and there's wetlands to the rear of that are part of the headwaters of the Brantford River, and that's the ultimate discharge.
Okay. So I'm going to say something that I very rarely say. I really, really like this application. I really, really like it a lot. You know, the Brantford River gets so beat up on, especially as it comes down through around Route 139. The water quality just plunges into the toilet. It's really nice further up 139 by the nursery up there. But I think that this will help a lot of that water quality issues. So I don't have further questions. The questions that I have had have been answered, and every time been like, that's cool, that's great, that's good. So unless anybody has any additional questions, I think that I would like to move this application forward for an approval. I think my biggest concern and with any large scale application is that during the construction that the sediment erosion control really be carefully watched, because it does go into the Brantford River, and we can put that into conditions of approval. But that's where I am, and so if anyone else wants to jump in, but hats off.
Commissioner Basserman, thank you for those words. Commissioner Boda, I had one question that I think has been addressed previously. I just wanted to again get it on the record. Is this a phased development, or will this be done all at one shot?
The developer plans to do everything in one shot.
And
Is-
as a
sure.
follow-up to that question, what's the duration expected?
I think we're looking at a build out, given the scale of it, of about 2 years.
So I guess my question is, in the construction sequence, do we provide for the soil and erosion controls as the construction is undergoing over that 2-year time frame, as opposed to a soil and erosion situation at the beginning that might be I don't want to say damaged, but might be changing as the site gets worked?
Because the majority of the site is pretty flat, and mainly we're putting erosion control measures around the perimeter, and particularly the southern perimeter of the site. And because the site is already extensively developed, there's an interest in getting in and getting the demolition done so that the level of disturbance initially is probably going to peak. And then, so what we're trying to do is essentially protect the site rather than a particular building area. That's what the erosion control measures are intended to do, because of the extensive amount of demolition that has to go on, and because the storm measures are scattered throughout the site. So certainly, as measures are, if something arises and it's clear that there needs to be an additional stretch of silt fence or something else to manage a particular problem, we'll see that gets done. But in general, the nature of where we've located the erosion control measures is to accommodate flexible working throughout the site, and not having to move things around a whole lot in order to give the contractor flexibility.
Thank you. So for clarification purposes, let's say the first 3, 4, 5 months where the demolition is going to take place is where the majority of the disturbance is going to occur?
Yes, and frankly, the disturbance is going to be pretty widespread because there's an existing building over to the east, there's the existing hotel buildings in the middle, there's a key bank building to the west. There's not a lot of the site that isn't going to have to be touched in order to move this forward. So we've introduced measures in the middle of the site, deal with temporary sediment capture. We're introducing measures along the southerly edge because the major runoff trend is north to south toward the wetland. So we're trying to bound in the site so that the contractor can work flexibly and protect the most important resource, which is really along the southerly edge of the site.
Commissioner Basserman, thank you for the comments.
You're welcome.
Okay, so Commissioner Boda has made a motion that this site be approved.
This is Commissioner Boda, just a clarification. So this was putting my opinion on the record. And so that I just wanted to put that out to the commission so that other folks can we can kind of get a sense of where we are, and then we can deliberate, and then we can make our motion once we have those details fleshed out. So it's a nice clean motion with any conditions that we want to put on.
This is Commissioner Begemon. Last time we talked about snow, and I know that the applicant addressed it in the letter saying that an 8-inch snow fall would be able to be piled up. I don't know if the commission wants to review that or if that was considered acceptable. I really don't know, but I thought I'd bring it up.
Commissioner Basserman, is that snow plan consistent with what we've seen with other applications, Jamie?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. It's kind of hard to really speak to because a lot of times when there's just no plan requested, it's because the site's kind of tricky and there's no obvious place to put it. But it seems like they addressed it in a pretty standard way. I think the question at the last meeting was regarding whether or not it would have a detrimental impact on the landscaping. But I know that they did provide some additional comment on the snow storage, identifying the volume of storage and the mechanism for essentially getting it to the proposed locations.
This is David Sacco. I would just note that the plan was developed by our landscape architect. He's very conscientious about locating plants along paved areas that are going to be tolerant of salt and tries to take that into account whenever developing a landscape plan, that it's something that's designed for survivability and designed for, you know, what we can expect to have happen in a New England winter. So that's his expertise, not mine, but and we take advantage of it. I share that just so you know, it is something that I know is considered when he developed this plan.
Commissioner Basserman, Mr. Sacco, where then in regards to the snow storage, where would the snow be piled up on the map?
So we have a number of areas. There's an area on either side of this central green. There's also areas along this upper road and along here, this area right here. Some of the islands would be used, this area here. What he's tried to do is avoid, you know, we're not going to say that we're going to pile snow up in parking bays. We're going to assume that the bays are occupied and we can't necessarily use those. So trying to locate it in accessible areas while people are parked, but not blocking sidewalks, away from some of the most elaborately landscaped areas, such as this area between A and B, for example, away from wetland areas as well.
Commissioner Basserman, thank you. Any other questions from the commission regarding this application?
So I know that we have some new commissioners on the commission, and what I would put to you is that at this point, traditionally what we've done is kind of outline our current position. Once we're through with our questions, just sort of make a statement about which way you're headed and why, and if there's any concerns that you have that would kind of are bugging you before we go ahead and make a motion. And then that way we can make a nice clean motion with any of those conditions of approval.
This is Commissioner Basserman. Jamie, would we apply the kind of standard boilerplate conditions for this application?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, you could certainly look at the standard boilerplate conditions. I did kind of start something new with this application, and I, as I was saying before, I did like the brief staff report, and I identified two possible conditions for the commission to consider based on review of the application and past practice. And if you want, I can throw those up, or we can wait until after you guys have discussed a bit. And I can also pull up the boilerplate conditions if you want to review those as well.
This is
Commissioner Bassman, I think that would be good. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
I was just going to say, I think one of my, probably the thing that I'm seeing the most from these kind of applications that get approved is the anti-tracking pad needs a lot of attention. And so I don't remember if there's, I'm looking at the boilerplate conditions that we used most recently, but that's something that specific within the erosion, sediment and erosion controls will just need a lot of revisiting, because especially in such a busy spot, that'll really drag all that sediment up and down Route 1.
Commissioner Bassman, could you put those up, Jamie?
Jamie Frederick in the wetland agent, the standard boilerplate conditions or the two that
The two that you mentioned.
Mr. Chairman, it's John Nuff. Just for the record, we have no objection to either of these, of course.
Thank you, Commissioner Bassman. Thank you, Mr. Nuff. Yeah, I certainly have no issue with these two. You know, to the point that Commissioner Boda made, is this appropriate to encapsulate not only these conditions, but the other boilerplate issues into a motion that we could then approve at the special meeting on the 25th?
Jamie Frederick in the wetland agent, I think that's for the commission to decide. Like I said, if you are going to continue it to another meeting, you will need an extension from the applicant. Depends on how many conditions you have, I guess.
Commissioner Boda, I think that would make sense for us to enumerate what we would want for the conditions, and then have that written up, and then we could put that in a motion which included the specific conditions, given that it's a large development. Although I'm also realizing that the chairman is now filling our pool only special meeting.
Yes, John Nuff. I would like to propose a solution that avoids pushing this to the swimming pool agenda, and that is, you know, I don't know that there's any standard conditions to which we would object. We don't object to these two conditions. Certainly, we're heartened to hear Commissioner Boda's comments that this is a really terrific application. I mean, if there's a way that the commission could see through to voting tonight, obviously we would be certainly appreciative or anxious to get to planning and zoning. And you know, the standard protocol is not to submit until after we clear you folks. So I guess I just don't know what's to be gained by waiting another 2 weeks, and certainly not another month.
Commissioner Granholz, I think this is simple enough as far as the conditions are concerned that we could pass a motion on it tonight and include the two conditions that Jamie brought up, plus our standard conditions. And I don't think that would create a problem.
So Commissioner Boda, so that boilerplate draft has a lot on it, and I don't know that we need to drop all of those on? I mean, I don't imagine that they would be out of turn, but it seems excessive to include all of this in an approval. So I think if we were to do that, which I'm not against, then it would be incumbent upon us to look through the boilerplate and decide what makes sense for this particular application.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I think that makes sense to look through it rather than trying to apply everything, especially because it is kind of a draft document, and some of them I think would need cleaning up and addressing for specific site needs. If you would like, I can put it up on the screen, or if commissioners have access to it, they can review it.
Commissioner Basson, why don't you put it up on the screen, Jamie?
This is Commissioner Boda. Jamie, is it the 2018 boilerplate draft conditions that you're, yes.
Yes.
I think one through four are fine, Mr. Basserman, except on item 4, I don't think we want to contact Milford.
That's why I would suggest not incorporating them as written. Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I'd also like to point out that some of these are kind of already included in the standard permit conditions, which is another reason why this is a draft document. And also per standard provisions of all permits per section 11 of the regulations.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Commissioner Begemon, if there are excessive ones that don't pertain, what's the harm of having them all in a document and saying something like
To the extent applicable?
I don't know. I'm just asking, asking that question since I don't know how that works, but I don't know who decides whether they pertain or not.
Commissioner, I believe. Commissioner Baskin, the issue, I guess, is how many of them don't apply. Can you scroll that, Commissioner Baskin? Can you scroll that, Jamie?
So Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, again, you can see a lot of this is referencing, I'm guessing Milford, because it says MIWA. So I'm not sure if using a draft document as your permit conditions is.
No.
I think you should identify specifically which ones you're interested in incorporating in the permit, or yeah, I just think it should go through them.
This is Commissioner Boda. I to think more quickly and more clearly, I'm gonna mute myself, and I'm gonna mute all of you so that I can just, feels really weird to have, be thinking and reading in this environment. So I'm gonna check out for about 5 minutes and try to highlight what I think is applicable. Okay.
Sounds good.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland commissioners, or in the wetland agent commissioners, if you want me to scroll through a document so that you can read it, let me know when you want me to go, I guess, to the next page.
Commissioner Baskin, go ahead and scroll down, Jamie. you know. Commissioner Basson, go ahead and scroll down. This is Commissioner Bassman. Hey, Jamie, isn't some of this potentially duplicative of what might be on the existing plans that we've already received? For instance, item, what is it, 12, 812 on the screen that's currently displayed. Prior to any site disturbance, proposed schedule of construction, including sequencing of all construction phases and erosion control measures which affect the regulated area must be submitted to the Inland Wetlands Office. Wouldn't that be on the plans as they exist?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I believe that is by and large satisfied. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit distracted by the drawing on the document. Yes, that has been satisfied. And again, this is why I think it would be more simplistic to identify the conditions that really apply rather than to bury the important ones amongst everything that doesn't really apply. And some of the ones that like don't apply might actually really not apply, and you really don't want to apply something that shouldn't be there. I'm gonna skip, of course now I'm annotating because I was trying to stop annotation. I'm gonna scroll down to the last page real quick because I believe that has, so essentially, these are standard conditions and inspections that are required on all permits. So generally permits would require everything below the italics. And sometimes the language gets tweaked on the inspections if needed, or if it's appropriate for the application.
Commissioner Bassman, do we have a contractor acknowledgement form?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent, we do.
Okay.
We send it out with the permit form. It's also available on the town website.
Thank you. Commissioner Bassman, so Jamie, all of these listed below the italics would be considered standard on any application?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent, correct, unless it doesn't apply. So like if there's no proposed stormwater improvements, then obviously that wouldn't be included. Sometimes that gets replaced with or maybe supplemented with either an as-built or certification by the project engineer.
Okay, can you scroll up a little?
You want me to go back to where we were, Jamie Frederick and the
No, hang on. You gotta- Have we asked for a performance bond on this? This is Commissioner Bassman. Have we asked for a performance bond on this application?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I'm not sure I understand the question. You can ask for a bond for erosion controls or plantings or all of the above, or for performance.
Yeah,
but
I understand that.
it hasn't.
This says the permittee shall post a performance bond.
Right, so that would be something that you would make a condition of approval if you wanted it to. That's not standard, but given the level of disturbance and proximity to the wetland, I think it is something worth the commission considering. So that if there is a problem with the erosion controls, that the commission can ensure that it is being addressed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Up a little more. Ay, ay, ay. Commissioner Bassman, Jamie, I'm up to 26 here. Is there anything in this list of, 1 through whatever it was, 40, 50, that we feel are not appropriate?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I really think that's up to the commissioners to decide. I mean, again, the language is not specific to the town of Brantford on a lot of these. The upland review area is 100 feet generally, obviously can be adjusted on a case-by-case basis. Per the regulation.
Commissioner Bassman, but Jamie, that's my point. For instance, on 29, all temporary dumpsters shall be located more than 25 feet from the regulated area. So I guess, if there's no dumpsters at all involved, that's easy, all right? But if there are dumpsters, is our policy 25 feet, or do we have a different policy?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I would say that there's no standard policy.
Mr. Chairman, it's John Nuff. Obviously, I was involved in another application recently that involved significantly greater impacts to wetlands and watercourses. And my memory is that those conditions of approval, frankly, were far less than what we're looking at here. I mean, I could run over literally across the hall of my office and grab that approval, but I thought those conditions were straightforward and appropriate and clean, and just seems, I'm not sure what the genesis of these conditions are. Clearly, they're from the Milford Inland Wetland Agency. I didn't know that this is the working document from which you all work in terms of creating conditions of approval. But I agree, there's a number of them that are not applicable or appropriate.
Commissioner Begum, follow-up question to that. What is, I've been on this for 3 months, and so this is the first time I've also seen this 30, 40 question. I think probably because it's the first time a big application has come through that I've been on the commission, but what is our usual process for this process? I know Commissioner Boda said something about now is when you start saying where you think you are in as a commissioner on the application. And then I was surprised to see all this. Can someone explain it to me?
Commissioner Basserman, you know, in other large applications that we've had, generally the impact on the wetlands has been more dramatic than this one. And a public hearing was held, in which case a lot of the conditions are reviewed within the context of the public hearing. And process-wise, we take the time to prepare a document that we then deliberate on and vote. In this case, there was no public hearing. And so the process is a little bit encumbered by the fact that we don't have that step before during deliberation where we actually have a document that we look at that lists the conditions that we want to see applied to the permit. And I find it even more difficult when we attempt to do that in a virtual setting as opposed to an in-person meeting. So Commissioner Boda has suggested that we look at these conditions now. I continue to feel that process-wise, we ought to do this the same way we've done with a public hearing, and that is prepare a document and then at a subsequent meeting, review that document and then vote.
This is Commissioner Boda. I have looked through, I don't know what I just missed because I don't know how long I was gone, but I looked through the boilerplate stuff and I'm ready to make suggestions or walk us through quickly or whatever. I don't know what I missed.
Commissioner Begeman, this is Commissioner Bassman. Commissioner Begeman was looking for the process of going through the conditions of approval and how we find ourselves where we're at right now as opposed to what has been done previously. If you've got some
what has been
Commissioner
Boda, what has been done previously in which instance?
Commissioner Bassett, with other large applications, when we step forward here to the deliberation stage.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Basserman, do you have some suggestions, Commissioner Boda?
Yeah, so this is Commissioner Boda. So right now, first, what I'm seeing, it looks like Jamie is still sharing her screen. So all I see is a green phone and a little, oh wait, maybe I can fix it. Oh, better, that's better. So I am looking at the boilerplate conditions and I've just very quickly gone through and found, you know, yes, no. So everybody ready?
Go.
So if you disagree, I would say like just shout, but this is what I'm thinking. And then Jamie, if you can be kind of marking on your own document in some way, maybe that might work. And Commissioner Begeman, to your question earlier about why not just adopt the boilerplate conditions wholesale, as I was going through the conditions, it helps to keep in mind that this position is a regulatory body. And so our role is to take a set of statutes and to apply them and make a ruling based on an application. And so as we do that, everything that we do in terms of making a judgment, giving a permit or denying a permit, is codifying our statutes. And so it's important that we're very careful about how we proceed with our approvals, and that we look into the details of things that we might approve and the language, because if we approve something and the language isn't right, we can find ourselves, and we have found ourselves in a position that we have no recourse because we don't have the language in the approval to back us up. And so that's why it's important to spend the time and really look carefully at the language that we're putting into any permit approval, because that is the only thing that we have. If we run into a problem with an application, it's the only thing that we can pursue the developer or whatever on. So those are the grounds. So that's why it's important to just be careful with our wording. So that being said, I am now on 2. So I'm just going to say yes, no, and make corrections. So I don't know if Jamie, you want to put it up or if people have it in front of them.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. Is it not up on the screen right now?
You're up on the screen right now. It's Commissioner Boda.
Well,
for me. I Commissioner Boda, I saw the document earlier. I don't know where it went. Maybe it's me. I shouldn't be though.
What I see is, this is Commissioner Begum, on the 2018 draft boilerplate. I see clearing of the site at the top of the page. That's what I'm viewing.
I wonder, this is Commissioner Boda. I wonder if I'm in a different view. Hold on, let me see. Speaker view. There it is. It's teeny. All right, hold on. It was me.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I think if you're interested in making it a condition, then that the language should be read just so that everyone is aware what it is, since not everyone has visual abilities.
We're going to be here all night. Okay. All right. So number 2, I would like to skip the permittee must submit a construction plan prior to taking out permit O. Unless that is that is the specific permit letter. Jamie can speak to that. But I would
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. So I don't know if you were listening when we were going over the fact that a lot of this is very much a draft document. A lot of it came from other towns. As you'll notice, a lot of this says MIWA. Yes. So I would say that none of this is really standard for the town of Brantford.
So Commissioner Boda, that's why I said, let's just take that one out. I think that's fine to take out. The next one, keep soil and erosion sediment controls as outlined on the plan and in the Connecticut DEP 2002 erosion and sediment control guidelines must be installed and maintained on the site until the property is stabilized. The next 3, no. So the one starting with wetland notification placed on the as-built, the 24 to 36 plantings on 5-inch centers, and the $7,320 permit bond. I want to get rid of all of those because there's details that are not specific to us, and I think that was a Milford thing.
Okay.
Commissioner Basserman, Commissioner Basserman, at the same time, we have to find a place for a bond for sediment and erosion controls.
That's Commissioner Boda. That's going to come up like 3 more times.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So maybe think about what those bonds are for sediment and erosion control and planting, because that's going to come up. So then yes to the next two, the permittee must submit a certification by the project engineer that the completed project meets the design intent of the approval prior to the bonds being released. And the next one, the permit is issued and we need those dates. This date expires on this date but you know what? I don't even think that that goes into our conditions of approval. I don't want to.
That's Jamie
yeah.
Frederick and the wetland agent. That's standard information that's added
Yeah.
to the permit.
Let's scratch, I'm gonna change that to a no. Let's get rid of that. That's not a condition of approval. That's information for the applicant. Anyone is welcome to object and say otherwise, but I thought in the interest of time, I would try to do this quickly. So under timing, both number 1 and number 2, I think we should leave in clearing of the site. If the site is cleared, but no other work is initiated within 1 month, the following is required to be initiated by the end of the subsequent planting season. A, wetland buffer planting as many as may have been approved or required as part of the permit must be planted. B, seeded with native grass meadow mix by the end of the subsequent growing season. C, plantings must be watered as required to establish the vegetation. D, a temporary invasive management plan must be submitted to the agency for implementation to control invasive plants on all disturbed areas of the site until the project developed activities are initiated. E, per the permit, the following conditions, mitigation, plantings, etc., must be completed. Number 2, after the development work has begun, if at any time the work on the project ceases for 30 days, section 1 may be implemented as required by the agency. Okay, number 3, engineering, etc. So yes, but we need to change, I would like to change some word in there. So it says, go ahead.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. Sorry to interrupt you, Susan, or Commissioner Boda. On the last page of the boilerplate conditions is some standard condition language and also inspections, which is included on all permits. So if you're looking to modify the inspection meetings and stuff like that, I think using the standard language that Branford uses on the last page might be the way to go.
Oh, for the pre-construction meeting? You're on the one that yeah. Okay, so you want, we can just strike that because it comes up somewhere else.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, that's up to the commission.
But is that what you're suggesting? That it comes up, it exists somewhere else, and so we don't need to put it in here.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, that is correct.
Okay, and would that be true of the entire section or specifically number 3?
Just 3.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I think that a lot of these are kind of covered by either the permit application materials, the standard conditions, but I would say that currently there's nothing requiring an as-built or certification by the engineer or field location by the engineer. So 4, I would say, is not covered somewhere else, except for 4B. And
okay, so then let's pick up 4B. I mean, I think that this is Commissioner Boda. I think that the inclusion of an as-built I think so 4 is a qualified professional engineer will be involved with the field layout of the following, the stormwater system, and will inspect, submit, and as-built of the entire system upon completion and certify that the system has been installed according to the proposed design, including but not limited to the installation of the proposed structure per approved details and location, associated grading structure and invert elevations, conversion of temporary sediment basin to permanent stormwater basin, and the final clearing of structures. B, installation and maintenance of the erosion and sediment controls are to be overseen and inspected by a qualified professional with reports submitted to the Inland Wetland Enforcement Officer on a weekly basis. And as-built must be submitted to the Inland Wetland Enforcement Officer prior to issuance of the CO, in addition to building foundations and property boundaries, easements, and/or deeds restrictions. The as-built are to include location of stormwater structures and certification from a qualified PE or land surveyor that the grading on each site is consistent with the approval.
This is Commissioner Basserman. We're on item 4. There's 30 plus of these boilerplate conditions. My concern is the time that it's taking to read these into the record. Is that something that is a must do, or to the extent that it's on everybody's screen, can't Commissioner Boda go through and just say, 5 through 9, okay, 10, no, to kind of expedite this process? Or are we, based on the executive order and things like that, are we required to read this into the record as Commissioner Boda has been doing?
I'm running out of water, Commissioner Boda.
Jamie,
What's
Frederick,
that?
and Nugent. I think if you're making it a condition, it's important that it is documented such, and not everyone has video capabilities on the call, and the record is via audio. I'm not sure how well minutes and reading this document at the same time can occur. I guess this could be attached as an addendum to the minutes. Also, some of these conditions, I know the applicant's not going to enjoy hearing this comment. Jamie Frederick and Wetland, I'm not sure if I myself. I think that they should be modified for the application if you're going to apply them, because the way that they're written are not really ideal. And by not having the right language, you don't necessarily have the desired effect that you think that you're getting by tacking on the condition. I guess one of the things I'm noticing is,
can you give an example of what you, can you give an example?
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. So in number 4, it mentions temporary sediment basin to permanent stormwater basin. I guess it's going to be a rain garden, but it doesn't really jive with the plans 100%. And then some of the language, I know that number 4 got cleaned up for recent approvals. The language got modified and made more appropriate. And ideally, this document needs to be addressed and it needs to be revised for the town of Brantford. And right now
Mr. Chairman, it's John Nuff, and believe me, I am really, really appreciative of the efforts that the commission is going through. But at the same time, I also have an immense amount of sympathy for the commission members and for all the other applicants who are waiting on this call to go forward. So maybe in the interest of compassion for all involved, if we can work with Jamie between now and what we're calling the swimming pool agenda, we can work through some of these items, and so they can be more specific to our application. And I guess as reading through them, I guess I am a little bit concerned about some unintended consequences of what may be applicable or misinterpreted. As you know, our direct impacts are very, very minor, and there's a lot of these things that I think are just simply not relevant. So if we can all agree, if it's okay, we could probably save everyone a lot of time on this call, and if we can just simply postpone this to the 25th, and you have my consent for an extension of time. And I think by that point, we can make very short order of this on that evening.
Commissioner Boda, does that work for you?
Yeah, I would be very amenable to that, because I think, like you said, I mean, there's a lot of these, and it feels a little arduous. So I think that it makes sense to go through these and just be able to vote on it on the 25th. And so it's not the same as being in person and being able to look at the documents. And it's just, this is a very weird situation. So I would prefer that than this.
Sure, and Jamie, it's John Duff. Jamie, if you could send us an email to our team, and then we can all go through it and come to a reasonable understanding of what's appropriate and what isn't. Certainly, we're not trying to give short shrift to any condition, but just want to make sure that anything that's going to be imposed, is reasonable and directly relevant to our application. So.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I can certainly work on drafting something up. I'm not sure if it would be appropriate for us to work together. I can get clarification on that, but I can certainly send you the document in advance to the meeting so that you can review it and identify any concerns.
Understood. That would be fine. Thank you.
Commissioner Basserman, this is a question, Jamie. To the extent that each commissioner can go through the document, and if they have additional comments, is it appropriate for them to send an email, or does that have to be done at the meeting of the 25th?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I think it should be done at a meeting. And I guess to that end, if any Commissioner Boda and any commissioners that have specific things they'd like to see in that draft document can identify those things. Not necessarily read them, but maybe give numbers from the boilerplate conditions so that I can address them prior to the next meeting.
Commissioner Bassett, does that have to be done now, or can that be done in the period, excuse me, between now and the 25th?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I think it should be done at a meeting.
This is Commissioner Boda. I disagree a little bit. I think that we have not a full group email, but that we have been, we've communicated with staff before. And when we've had a situation, maybe not exactly like this, but as individuals, we've been able to communicate to the staff what our thinking was, and so that it was able to be incorporated into a document, and that it wasn't a deliberation, but it was rather an administrative action, so that when we came back to the full meeting, we were able to have a document then ready to go. And I think that even we've had situations where the a draft approval with conditions was sent out so that we could look at it ahead of time, and be, like typically what we do, prepared to discuss it, because I think that certainly makes sense to give people. This is a very hard time to, I had to check out, right? I had to shut off my screen, shut off the volume to this meeting. It's impossible, I think, to think very deliberately about this kind of text, and it would make sense to send, for individual commissioners to send to you, Jamie, numbers that they thought would be important to include in the conditions of approval.
Right, and John Duff again, so long as people respond, they don't copy all, they simply just copy or just simply send it to Jamie, then it's not a FOIA issue.
No.
Commissioner Bassman, I think what Commissioner Boda suggest makes a lot of sense, Jamie, and the fact that the applicant has been very gracious in giving us the extension, the opportunity to kind of bring this together in a way that we have all of the information we need when we vote, and to do that again in a virtual setting, becomes a little more cumbersome than if we were in person. So I would endorse the idea of commissioners looking at this document, taking the time to the extent that it doesn't cover something that the commissioner wants to incorporate, and to allow that information to flow to you. You incorporate that, prepare a document in working with the applicant, and then we have something that we can review and review expeditiously at our pool meeting on the 25th. Any further discussion on
I'm
this?
very tempted to make a joke that we don't have to come in swimsuits, but I'm not going to go there. So.
Are we done enough with this item and can move on? Thank
Jamie,
you for the extension, Mr. Nuff.
Wetland agent, Attorney Nuff, if you can just send me a written confirmation of the extension.
Will do. And again, I just want to express my deep appreciation for all your efforts this evening, and we'll see you on the 25th.
Thank you again. Next item, Inland Wetland 200402, 9 Elm Street, expansion of existing parking lot and associated drainage system. Is there somebody for the applicant here?
Yes, good evening again, Jim Preddy, Criscolo Engineering. This was also presented at the last meeting, and we went over the small expansion of the existing parking lot, installation of some retaining wall. We are also installing a new stormwater storage area for what's approximately 3 inches of the increase of the quote unquote impervious surface, even though, by the zoning regulations, processed stone is impervious, but it isn't exactly impervious. But so anyway, the increase is about 4,200 square feet, and we're storing about 3 inches of that, 3 inches of the increase. What we did was calculated an inch over the entire area, not just the increase, but it equated to about 3 inches over the increase. Silt fence with hay bale backing. We are adding some landscaping in a couple areas, the end of the parking closest to the basin there, to provide a vegetative buffer from the cars to the stormwater quality basin. We're adding some plantings along the side of the building where this new parking lot is being kind of reformed, and we're also adding some street trees out at the street line. I believe that we had answered all the questions last week. I think some commissioners wanted to drive by, but it was not actionable until this meeting, regardless.
Commissioner Bassam, yes, I'm not aware of any outstanding issues. Jamie, is that correct?
Jamie Frederick, in the Wetland agent, all materials have been received, and concerns were discussed at the last meeting and have been responded to by the applicant that were raised. So unless commissioners have any questions or concerns.
Commissioner Bassam, I have no further questions.
Commissioner Granolch, I have no further questions.
Is there a motion to proceed here? Commissioner Bassman, this is a question, I guess, Jamie. We just looked at a document that showed standard conditions. Would those standard conditions be applied to this application?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, the standard conditions and site inspections would be applied. Site inspections usually as deemed applicable. I guess one question would be whether or not you'd want some sort of certification that the stormwater improvements were installed as proposed.
Commissioner Bassman, stormwater, what was your last word?
Improvements. Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent.
The improvement, yeah.
Jim
that
Petty,
would make
Criscolo
sense.
Engineering, we'd have no trouble, no problem inspecting it after then providing a document or an as-built and certifying that it was installed as designed.
Okay. Do any other commissioners have a suggested condition of approval for this application, other than the one that Mr. Preddy just mentioned? Given that condition of approval, is there a motion to proceed?
Okay, I will make a motion to approve inland wetland 20.04.02 9 Elm Street with the condition that the what was it, the stormwater, oh, I lost it. With the standard conditions that Jamie just referred to, and then the stormwater one, which can be correctly stated after this motion is seconded. I didn't write it down.
Commissioner Bassman, I think it was the word that Mr. Preddy used was improvement of the stormwater plan.
If Chairman Jim Preddy again, if I may.
Wait, stop. Sorry, Commissioner Boda, somebody has to second.
No.
Anybody?
Is there a second?
This is Steve Sullivan. I second it.
Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Preddy.
Jim Preddy again. I think what we're looking for was that we would provide an as-built stating that the stormwater improvements were installed as designed.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that motion? Okay, I'm going to do a roll call. Commissioner Begeman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Kraus?
Aye.
Commissioner Grinalsh?
Aye.
Commissioner Boda?
Aye.
And Commissioner Basserman is an aye as well. Motion approved.
Thank you, folks.
Next up, enforcement. CC 190901, 7680 Pent Road, clearing along a water course and wetland. Is the applicant on the call?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I believe that the property owner is on the call. They were earlier.
Yes, I'm here.
If memory serves me, Commissioner Basserman, if memory serves me right, there was some additional information that was needed for this enforcement action?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. The property owner has submitted a revised plan with some plantings, and I did go out there earlier this week to take a look at the plantings that were completed at this time. There are actually two revised plans. One shows the plantings that have been planted and the other one shows a proposed modification in the limits of lawn, and identifies some narrative regarding desired management of the area. So I'll start off with this, the one that shows the limits of lawn and the treatment. And let the property owner speak to it a bit. So most of the species are native. I believe that there's one that's not native. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing. But it's not invasive, and it's kind of from the area. The property owner went to Van Wilgens and they were told that it was a native. So that would be this amount area for but the rest of these are all native, and they identified some of the existing trees. They identify invasive species will be treated with with herbicide during dry days or hand pulled. Native seeds were dispersed in the meadows and will be cut 2 times yearly, spring and fall. Native flowers and shrubs will be added during the fall and next spring during planting seasons. Natural color mulch will be used around shrubs near the water course. They did indicate that they have put seed along the water course in the areas that are bare. It hasn't really taken very well in some of the areas. I'm not sure that spreading more seed at this time is going to take. When I show the pictures, you can see it's very, very dry right now, and it's open to the sun. So I don't know if you want to hear from the property owner or if you want to see the pictures or ask questions.
This is Commissioner Basserman. Does the planting plan address the issues that we've had with this property in your mind? And I know we talked about these being 15 feet apart and that kind of stuff. Does this plan do that?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. The plantings are spaced roughly 15 feet apart on the property, I would say. There are some that are a little bit further and some a little bit closer, but I think that there's about the right number of plantings for that kind of spacing. Some of the plantings are a little bit on the small side. But they do have the right number, I would say. And they did put some on the opposite side of the water course in the more open areas to help fill in those areas as well. One thing that did come up that I wasn't really sure about, because I'm not really sure what the full extent of activity was or what the concerns of the commission were. Was it just the plantings along the water course that you were looking for, or were you also concerned with the clearing that happened along the road?
This is Commissioner Kraus. I thought the clearing, now my memory may not be serving me correctly, but I thought the clearing along the road was partially due to grass being mowed by the town. So correct me if I'm wrong about that. I seem to recall that coming up in the conversation during one of the meetings when these homeowners were here.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I believe the property owner did mention that Public Works did some activity out there. I would let them speak to that since they're aware of what that activity was.
Okay, so Lisa Muzzy, property owner. The town did come yearly to clean the brush on the side of the road, but it largely became invasive just the prickers that were there. So they stopped clearing it.
Commissioner Basserman, as one commissioner, I think the plantings along the water course had the real substance of what we were trying to do here. So I guess if this plan addresses the comments that have been raised by the commission in the past regarding this enforcement action, I think I'm okay to proceed.
Can I say something again? This is the homeowner, Lisa Muzzy. We planted 13 shrubs on the side that the prickers were taken out. And we also planted an additional 11 on the opposite side of the water course to fill in bare areas, to fill in more of both sides of the water course, because eventually what will happen is those plants will grow up and over the water course as it did in the past. And so I felt like with 13 on one side and 11 on the other, I felt like we did above and beyond as I promised. And we also didn't just go 3 feet from the water course. As we were told, the jurisdiction was 3 feet. We went out further to the top of the banks. And I'm filling in along the water course at the bottom with the native flowers and the seeds. So we
This is Commissioner Kraus. I think some of the discussion at the last meeting was whether the homeowner could plant this prior to us meeting tonight, because of the growing season was good during May. And I believe the homeowner was returning to work and had time to do this. So
Yes.
My recollection was that they were going to go ahead and do the planting. Jamie was going to go out and see if it was done properly, and we were going to look at the plan. It seems to me that they've really done their due diligence, and they've taken it seriously to rectify whatever damage was done along this water course. And I would like to make a motion that if Jamie has seen this and thinks that this problem has been satisfactorily retrofitted, I think we should vote to accept this and let everybody move on.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I did go out, the plantings identified on the plan have been planted. As I stated, some of them are kind of small. I tell the homeowner that they might want to flag some of the plants to help make sure they can find them throughout the growing season, since they are kind of in an area or along the edge of an area that's a meadow. And then I think my biggest concern right now are some of the areas that are still kind of bare, and getting those areas established. And I discussed with the property owner seeding again in the fall, and leaving the erosion controls up until those bare areas have established. So if you guys want, I can show you some of the pictures, and there is down at the far end of the property towards the rear, there is kind of an open area still that is kind of bare, but I know the property owner is looking to put some more transplants of native species in that area. So I feel like that's something that could be worked out.
This Commissioner Basserman, do we have a survivability plan and a maintenance plan for these recently installed shrubs and trees and flowers?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, no. I don't think that that was requested. However, I certainly understand that being part of the process. I guess I would ask for clarification on whether the commission's looking for a plan or if they want to set up intervals for inspections to ensure that the plantings have survived for a certain amount of period, because I know that that's been a way of handling these kind of issues.
I'd like to add a comment if I could. Since this is Lisa Muzzy, property owner, the plantings have been in since a few days after the last meeting. And they are thriving and doing well. Some of the flowers on the viburnum have burned a little bit, but the foliage is well. I go out daily to water them. And I go out there twice a day to check on them, and all of the plantings are thriving to this point. So it's been a month and it's been pretty dry.
Commissioner Basserman, what would be our standard inspection criteria, Jamie, for something like this?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I don't know that there's necessarily a standard, but usually 1 year at least, just to make sure that everything survives. And I mean, I've seen it go to 2 and 5, depending on the scenario and intensity and how concerned the commission is. I think with enforcements, it's usually more on the scale of 2 years from what I recall, but my experience is somewhat limited.
Well, Commissioner Basserman, I think that minimum of a year, maybe 2 inspection would be appropriate for this action. Just to ensure that things that are planted, survive the winter, do what they're supposed to do, and that we can kind of breathe a sigh of relief after a year or 2 that this is in fact working.
Property owner Lisa Muzzy, I'm happy to work with Jamie.
Commissioner Basserman, did I hear you would be willing to work with Jamie regarding that?
Absolutely. Lisa Muzzy, absolutely 100%. I'd be happy to work with her.
I think this is Commissioner Boda. I think if in the interim, if maybe 6 months, maybe not 6 months is too far, like October 1 or for the October meeting, we can get an update on how the plantings fared over the summer. And then we can go to the year. So maybe then the next update would be in June.
Van Wilgens, this is Lisa Muzzy. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying Van Wilgens guarantees them for a year. So I'm good for a year. I can replant.
Save your receipt. Save your receipt.
Oh, I'm a garden member. Don't worry.
All right.
No, they're very good. They stand behind their stuff.
They do.
Just for clarification, that would be October 1 inspection and June of 2021.
Okay. Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, not to rush on to the next thing, but I also want to make sure that the general treatment of the area as far as invasives is satisfactory, or if you need or want additional information with that, and with the treatment of herbicide treatments. And then also, as far as the limit of lawn, the property owner is looking to extend the lawn a little bit towards the water course. There is a little bridge that currently goes over the water course. So I think the intention is to make that accessible and not have to worry about ticks so much. But the property owner can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Lisa Muzzy. It's what's currently, as when the commission walked the property, the limits of the lawn is what they saw.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I would like to identify that I did discuss the difference in what was on the plan versus on the site. And for the time being, the property owner has modified where she's mowing to be in compliance with what's on the site plan. So she's requesting to essentially put the lawn, maintain the lawn, I guess, as it was when the commission went out, with the exception of the area where the reserve septic is going would still be, all of that area would still be maintained as meadow, in addition to the area along the water course closer to the road.
This is Commissioner Basserman. Just for clarification, Jamie, does that mean that we are not extending the lawn beyond the permitted area?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. So you can see this green line right here. I think this was the approved line right here where you can kind of see the white out. So she's looking to extend it in this area right here.
So I guess, does that say yes, that it's beyond the permitted area, or no?
It was,
Jamie,
oh, I'm sorry.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. So this would be beyond what was previously approved. But like I said, when I went out there earlier this week, she was not mowing this area at that time.
Well,
so she's requesting whether the commission would consider modifying that limit. So it would be either this plan or, oops, oh great. Or this plan that shows this whole area being meadow. So you do have two different plans, so you can approve the one with the modification of limit of lawn or without, but then you should also address whether you're approving the notes regarding invasive management.
Well, can I make a comment? So Lisa Muzzy, property owner, the limits of lawn, when we first made the agreement with the town, so you'll see plantings in this plan where there's still plantings. Jamie just asked me to put only the plantings that I planted on that plan. So there are still plantings on the other, on the first plan that you saw. But what we were told was from Commissioner Rose was the jurisdiction was 3 feet from the center of the water course. So that's why I'm asking that the lawn stay where it was, because mainly that was what we thought the jurisdiction was. He made it very clear on several meetings that your jurisdiction was 3 feet from the center of the water course. So that's why I'm asking that the lawn, as you've seen when you were here, stays the way it is. When this planting plan was approved, the yard was not what it is today. It was mostly all wooded and not wooded, but prickers. It was 100% all prickers everywhere.
Is the intent, is this Commissioner Basserman, is the intention of the area that goes beyond the permitted area to leave it, mow it occasionally, or mow it frequently?
No, mow it occasionally. It's not used, but I like to keep it where the invasives cannot grow back. So I mean, more than twice a year, like the meadow, because I'm maintaining the back where before the buffer of the wetlands, and I'm maintaining the field as a meadow, as you asked. But that yard area where I go across to go into the meadow, where the bridge is, that's the area that I'm asking that I can at least mow that. So I don't have to walk through a field of, 4 feet high or walk through there to maintain what I'm trying to maintain with the plantings. I have to water. I have to water the plants that are there. I have a bridge. I can walk across there, but I have a tick problem in this area. I've already had been tested several times for Lyme disease. So I'm trying to keep that at a minimum and maintain what I can from, and I've shown Jamie, even just last week, a tree came down out in the wetlands where the Flora Rosa took down a tree, or the bittersweet. The invasive species are just terrible.
All right, so we're Commissioner Bassman, we're on the notice of violation for the same property. I guess I'm okay with the lawn as the commission viewed it when they were out there as being the boundary.
Thank you.
Anybody have a difference of opinion?
This is Commissioner Begman. I think that if the smaller original drawing of lawn was simply describing what was present and there wasn't a reason to keep it that limited, then if it's extended now, because for with no objection from anyone, then that's fine. But I think if there was a reason for why it was only supposed to be a smaller area, then we wouldn't necessarily approve an expansion. But it sounds to me like it was just a description of how far the yard had gotten into the invasives at that point.
Commissioner Bassman, sounds reasonable. How do we then close out A and B, Commissioner Bassman? How do we close out A and B, Jamie?
So Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I guess at this point we're kind of handling A and B together, A and B under 6 on the agenda, being the cease and correct order and the notice of violation for 76 to 80 Penn Road. I guess I have one remaining question regarding, is the commission satisfied with the proposed management description for the area in treatment of the area? And it sounds like generally the commission is okay with the modified treatment of lawn in the area proposed on this plan, which calls for those invasive species treatments. I guess the next step would be identifying whether or not the commission accepts this plan and kind of codifying the fact that you want to have that inspection prior to the October meeting and one again for June 2021. And then I would follow up with a letter to the homeowner reiterating what the commission's decision is.
Commissioner Bassman, I find the planting plan acceptable and the establishment of the lawn as the commission viewed it on its site walk as being the boundary.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I think there should be a general consensus and a motion made, and I can see that Commissioner Cross has her hand raised. Do you have a comment?
I didn't have my hand raised, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Cross, would you like to make a motion?
Commissioner Kraus, this is Commissioner Boda. You're still muted.
Sorry. This is Commissioner Kraus, and I make a motion that we accept the follow-up plan as Jamie Frederick has outlined, including an inspection by Jamie prior to our October meeting so she can give us a report, and then another inspection next spring prior to our June meeting, so we can follow up at the 1-year mark. Included in this motion is that the homeowner be allowed to mow the lawn occasionally, as they did under the direction of Diana Ross previously.
Is there a second to that motion?
Commissioner Boda, I'll second it.
All right, now we're gonna, any further discussion? We'll take a vote, roll. Commissioner Kraus, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Begerman?
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Grenache?
Aye.
Commissioner Boda?
Aye.
Commissioner Bassman votes aye as well. So Jamie, you'll follow up?
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent, I will.
Thank you, commissioners.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm sure
Thank
it's
you for
going to
your
look,
cooperation. Appreciate it.
Oh, no, no problem. My pleasure.
All right. Next up, enforcement notice of violation 103 Sunset Hill Drive, clearing and filling of a wetland.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. I sent a follow-up letter out after the last meeting. I did not receive a response. However, I believe that there is a representative of the property owner on the call if they want to speak. I'm not sure. Or if
This is Commissioner Boda. Before that happens, can you just give a refresher about what the issue was at Sunset Hill?
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. So there was some clearing of vegetation and wood chips were left in the area, and the property owner was directed to, I can pull up the letter that outlines everything.
we had some pictures of this, didn't we? Wasn't there significant clearing of property and then wood chips were put down where all the clearing was done?
Yeah, I guess Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. I'll start off with some of the photos from back in September. So there was some clearing along the driveway and road areas. There's a little pocket wetland somewhere in this general area. And the commission wanted to have that wetland area identified and essentially a plan for the area presented for consideration. And I would say probably wetlands in this low area here. There was.
Yes, Commissioner Bassman, isn't this the one that we wanted a soil scientist?
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. Yes, the property owner was to get a soil scientist to re-identify or to identify where the wetland location was, and from there submit a plan to address the activity that had occurred. So the latest letter.
Commissioner Bassman, and did we receive that?
No.
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent has not been received yet.
So, this Commissioner Bassman, so we're at a standstill on this this NOV?
Jamie Frederick and the Wetland Agent. So at the last meeting, the property owner had requested that the commission consider letting it restore itself to a natural state. I sent the follow-up letter that the commission wanted the plan still. I have not received any correspondence to that in response to that plan. However, like I said, there is a representative on this call, so I wouldn't necessarily say we're at a standstill so much as there hasn't been an update until this meeting, perhaps.
This is Commissioner
This is
Bassman. Does the party
Commissioner
wish
Kraus.
to address the issue?
Jamie
Yeah.
Frederick and the Wetland Agent. I'm not sure what was said. What was that, Peter?
Is the party for the NOV on the call?
They hear you? Yeah, no, they can't hear me because I'm muted by them. I'm waving my hands. That's what I'm supposed to do.
I can hear you now.
Joseph Rini, I am the representative of the owner who is sitting next to me. You can't see him because he's out of the side of the frame here. To just round out the short discussion. Last month, I was already scheduled to do something with the city of New Haven and had asked for this to be deferred a month, and the commission did not act on that and acted instead on proceeding. Both the owner and I have looked at the recording of that meeting, and I only have the following quick comments. There was a question about whether there was any disturbance or excavation of that little area that's being talked about. And Dave McCarthy at the meeting I came to in November of last year stated on the record there was not. What had happened is there was a removal of poison oak, poison sumac, and pricklers from that area, and there were wood chips spread out. At the last meeting, you had a letter from a proposed landscaper who was going to come in and recommended what should be put back in the area. But because we're under the cease and desist, nothing could be done. And in fact, your honorable commission decided you still wanted it to be marked. So I've been talking to the owner on that issue. We need a little bit more time to get the soil scientist out there, shut down in most of the activities. So he's sitting here without having the income coming in that would be needed to do some of the stuff. But we understand that there was a comment last time too that there's no dandelions growing. The pictures we submitted were some ferns that are growing back into the area.
This is Commissioner Bassman. You're breaking up compared to your audio. Again, Commissioner Bassman, your audio is breaking up.
Shown in the pictures, mapped. I don't. I'll try and do it slower so it won't break up as I go. Up. With map. Let me retry. Can you hear me again?
Yes, Commissioner Bassman, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, hopefully that's better. My comments quickly were when Mr. McCarthy came out and made the representation at the meeting I came to in November last year, he did indicate there was no excavation and no disturbance to the soil in the area of the wetland, that area that's in the pictures to the west of the driveway. The area that was cut down was primarily poison ivy, poison sumac, and pricklers all the way to the fence line. Yes, there were wood chips spread out over the area. The photos that were provided before the last meeting do not show dandelions, they show ferns coming up, but understanding that the plan that had been submitted by Mr. Graybars couldn't go forward without having the soil scientist be involved. I've indicated to Mr. Graybars what you have desired. He has asked for some time to get the soil scientist out there because all of us are trying to recover from not having income during this time of shutdown. So understanding that you want to have that little area marked, and that once that's marked and flagged or appropriately done, we can then go to the next step, which is getting the plan, either the one that's been proposed or a new one submitted would be okay. Certainly understand the requirements. We're not able to do the soil scientist yet. Wanted to make certain that the record shows there was no excavation and no disturbance of the actual soil, except for a lawnmower going over it and cutting down what was on that area.
Okay, this is Commissioner Wasserman. Thank you for those comments. As I looked at the minutes of the last meeting, there were two things that actually we were looking for. One was the soil scientist work, as well as the planting plan. So I guess what you're saying is this should be moved to the July meeting, as you're still needing to accomplish those tasks.
That is correct, sir. Joseph Rini, that is correct, sir.
Thank you much. Next up, 20 Huntington Drive, clearing of trees and vegetation.
This is Commissioner Boda. I need to go get my charger. I've run out of power almost.
Okay. Commissioner Bassman. Hey, Jamie.
Yep. Jamie Frederick in the Wetland.
This is not listed as either a an OV or a CC. Is that a little oddball, or what do we have here?
Jamie Frederick in the Wetland Agent. It should have been updated to say NOV. Originally, this was just kind of a friendly letter. At the last meeting, the commission requested that I send a notice of violation because there hadn't really been any, there hadn't been a planting plan submitted yet. I did send the notice of violation. I received a response that the property owner has been significantly impacted by COVID and it has significantly impacted his family. And so I communicated that he should continue to remain in communication with the department. And, we should come to a reasonable time frame for activities to be completed. At this time frame, the site, when I last drove by, was stable. So there's no immediate stability concerns. However, this is the second time that vegetation has been removed from the area. So I think it's really important to get kind of on the same page and an understanding for what the property owner wants to do in that area and the long-term stability and what he's proposing to put in that area resolved. So I think it would be reasonable to try and work with the individual and get that planting plan submitted so that at this point we're kind of at the end of the spring planting plan, but get it submitted so that I can implement it in the fall, unless the commission has any concern with that. This is all activity in the upland, and I haven't noticed any erosion issues or anything like that relative to the activity.
Commissioner Basserman. So at this point in time, we do not have a plan to review?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent, no. In response to the notice of violation, the property owner did say that he is looking to work with a wetland scientist to submit a plan. So, and I did get the notice of violation out a little bit later than most of the other letters that I sent out after the last meeting. So he didn't have as much time to respond.
What happened? I'm trying to mute.
Can we still hear you, Peter?
Thank you.
Still there. Jamie, can you mute 203-215-4134? Oh, muted, good.
This is Commissioner Boda, Chairman Basserman. I think you were just talking. You are still on mute.
It showed. That's why it's muted. You know what?
It's a full sensory assault.
Can you hear me now?
Commissioner Boda, it's a really, you don't sound like yourself. You sound very like Oz. Maybe hang up and call back in.
Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this one.
Yeah, hang up and try to call back in.
Okay. Not good. Commissioner Boda, why don't you continue to chair until I come back in? Is that agreeable?
Who did you say?
Can you act as commissioner?
Oh, chair. Yes.
Chair until I come back in. Thank you.
Okay, this is Commissioner Boda. Sorry, all of my brain cells from the last like 5 minutes have died. So where did we just, we were talking about the property and what our next steps were. Can you, are we moving on or do we still need to do something else with that?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. Basically, I was saying I wanted to give the property owner a bit of time to get the planting plan in, and essentially, as long as he can get it in before the fall planting season so that he can plant in the fall ideally, that would be reasonable. So just giving the property owner a little bit of time to get that plan put together, since can't really plant right now.
Right.
Reasonable.
Okay. So Commissioner Boda, we're okay to move to the next item. Chairman Basserman, are you ready? You okay? We're gonna find out in a second. I'm a little afraid.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you for that brief stint as chair. We're now moving on to other business permit modification, request 41 Brainerd Road, Inland Wetland 200201. What's involved here, Jamie?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland agent. I'm not sure if anyone's on the call for this. It looks like that there is. Essentially, there's a minor modification in the recently approved subdivision. There were some issues flagged when they were going to zoning, and they're looking to address those. I think that ultimately, from a wetland standpoint, they're not necessarily, I think it's probably an improvement. I think there might be some more things that need to be cleaned up. So the commission might want to wait to make a final decision until the July meeting, because it's my understanding that won't postpone the planning and zoning approval, but it might help make sure that everything lines up. So with that being said, I'll hand it over to Nafis and Young to discuss. And if you want, I do have the plan set in the Dropbox and can screen share that.
Okay.
Nick McClay from Mathis and Young. Essentially,
Jamie Frederick in the Wetland Agent. It's kind of hard to hear you. Can you maybe turn up your mic volume or speak closer to it?
I can try. Can you hear better? Here's my microphone.
This is Chairman, very difficult to hear you.
Um,
Can you hear me speaking now?
Very definitely. Yes, thank you.
Okay, no problem. Once again, this is Nick from Mathis and Young. So essentially what happened was the original plans that were submitted to Wetlands showed the land swap between Carlone and Statewide inaccurately. You know, working from home, I ended up referencing the wrong file. That was the original, that was the one that you had seen. And it was supposed to show it as that one rectangle that was owned entirely by Carlone and was supposed to swap with Statewide entirely. But what ended up happening doing it that way was that lot up at the top where it says parcel B would ended up becoming a unusable lot, a non-buildable lot. Even when I tried combining it with the piece above it, it still was basically not a buildable lot. So based off of that recommendation, Statewide just ended up purchasing the middle piece entirely from Carlone. And other than that, there are no significant changes to the plans from what was submitted to the last time. I think I had to shift the house on lot 4 over like 6 inches just to fit within the property line, but close enough. Also, sorry. Also, you can ignore the space where it says open space area. That is talking with Caitlin from Planning and Zoning. The builder is just going to go with the fee as decided. I just didn't have time to revise it before the meeting. So
Jamie Frederick in the Wetland Agent. So essentially what the difference is before there was a portion of lot 4 that was going to be a separate parcel that was going to be owned by Hope Carlone. That wouldn't have been a building lot. And so this kind of cleans that up and just they've purchased the whole property outright and they've included it all in lot 4.
Chairman Batterman, just to be clear that therefore with this modification request, there is no impact on the wetlands.
No, there are no impact on the wetlands. We're still staying outside of the wetlands. The silt fence, everything is still exactly where it was on the last plan.
This is Commissioner Kraus. We went out here and did a site walk. Were there always 4 houses on this plan?
There should have been, yes.
Okay.
Jamie Frederick in the Wetland Agent. There are always four houses. They are shown generally in the same location. The original approval did require lot 4 and lot 3 to get individual site plan approval. So those 2 lots would still come back to the commission for review. And at that time, any details regarding limit of disturbance and silt fence location could be cleaned up, because I do think the silt fence location might have moved a little bit on this from what the approved plan was. So the question is, would the commission be comfortable with this being a modification of the approval that was granted, given that it doesn't change the extent of the proposal, and knowing that lots 4 and 3 would need to come back for their individual site plan approval? Do you want to make that decision tonight? Do you want to hold off and look at it and make that decision at the July 9th meeting after it can be confirmed that everything has been finalized and is in its final version?
This is Chairman Basserman, but we're talking about a very slight modification of what I understand to be 6 inches.
That is, yeah, the proposed building on lot 4 moved over, like I said, I think it was around 6 inches or so, just to fit it within the 10-foot offset from what the original submitted plan was. Other than that, as stated, the only difference is the lot 4 being larger to include that spot in the back.
This is Commissioner Boda. I think that, I mean, this is what would be a de minimis change. And so I don't have any problem with accepting this minor adjustment, unless Jamie, there's something that you're seeing that we're not seeing. I mean, this looks, it's not substantive.
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I think that the change isn't problem. I think it is consistent with the approval that was granted and doesn't create any larger wetland impacts or concerns. I guess one concern this just came in the other day. One concern that I have is just confirming that all the lots meet the lot requirements for zoning. I'm a little bit concerned that lot 3 might be slightly undersized. So there might be some further modification. I think that, so lot 3 might need to be a tiny bit bigger, but I don't think that's going to impact anything either. So that was the reason why I was recommending holding off till the July meeting so that that could be confirmed. Or if you think that this is something that I can review at a staff level, or if you're happy with this and want to confirm this now, and if there needs to be a minor modification to lot 3 and you're satisfied with me reviewing that, I think that might be.
This is Commissioner Boda. I am. I mean, like I said, there's not a change such that will impact the wetland or yeah, I mean, it does seem de minimis in nature in terms of what was already permitted. So I think that that's fine.
Yeah, Commissioner Basson, I'm okay with that. Do we need a formal vote here or not, Jamie? I mean, this is just a agreement that the permit's been granted and this is a minor modification.
I think, Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent, I think if you want to agree that this is a minor modification, that it would be appropriate to make a motion because essentially you're going to be modifying their permit.
I guess I'll make the motion that we allow the modification to the permit for 41 Brainerd Road, Inland Wetland 200201 for a de minimis modification to the existing plans associated with this site. And that if conditions change for lot 3, that the applicant will inform the commission.
Commissioner Boda, second.
Any discussion? We prepared to vote on this? Commissioner Boda?
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Welch?
Aye.
Commissioner Kraus?
Aye.
Commissioner Kraus? Commissioner Beckett?
Aye. You can't hear me?
Commissioner Yes, I can. Thank you. Commissioner Basserman votes aye as well. Thank you. Next up, preliminary plan review for 434 East Main Street, commercial development. So this is not an applicant at this point, Jamie?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. That is correct. This is a preliminary, this is a request for a preliminary review prior to submission of an application, just to kind of get the commission's feel for the proposal. Per section 7 of the regulations, this type of meeting is allowed and is non-binding to all parties. There is somebody present from, I believe, the engineering firm, and also I believe one of the property owners, if I'm correct. If they want to, I'm not sure what's going on with my computer. Oh,
Commissioner Basserman, is there somebody here for 434 East Main Street on the call? Yes, you're muted. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Jamie, I'm happy to share my screen if you're okay with that.
yeah.
I think you need to make me
I think you already,
host. Or allow me to.
this was, look, are people seeing a Zoom window right now?
Yes, yes.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I think you're already sharing. Or Vincent.
I'm trying to
Yes.
unshare here.
It says that Vincent Giordano is sharing.
Yeah, Matt, why don't you take over? I'm not quite sure how to unshare here. If you go to the top, Vincent, you should be able to say unshare. Stop sharing. Just hover near the. Okay, I got it. There you go. All right, I'll take over here. You got it. All right, for the record, this is Matthew Bruton. I'm an engineer from BL Companies. The applicant is obviously here as well, Vincent Giordano. I'll just kind of give you guys a quick overview of what Vincent is looking to do on this property, and then hopefully maybe answer any questions that you have for him or for me, and kind of see what your take is off the cuff before we develop plans any further. I know I won't take too much of your time. I know it's getting late. So the proposed application that we would be coming in with is for 434 East Main Street. I have a Google Street View up right here. As you can tell, obviously there's a wooded area and there's a cleared area. If you go, let's see, this is a more recent picture. There's obviously some disturbed earth in the area here. It's currently an 8-acre site. Topography varies from 40 feet in the front to around 20 feet of elevation in the rear. The Branford River, I'll just highlight here in yellow, nicks the northern corner of the parcel. There's obviously an wetlands adjacent to the parcel or to the river as well. The wetland boundary is shown in green where I'm tracing right now. I'll just zoom in a little bit here. There is, and along the rear of the property, there is an existing sanitary easement, roughly there. And there's also, and I'll highlight in a different color, there is a CL&P right-of-way, which goes approximately there. It is about 150 feet wide. If you guys are familiar with the lot, you can see there is poles across the rear of this property. So it's very colorful, but I'll just dial it back a little bit so you guys can focus on the wetlands.
This is Commissioner Basserman. Where along East Main is this, between what and what?
East, so let me pull up Google real quick. So we got residential across the street. Next door, Branford Flowers, Bard Financial, Thimble Creek. Does that give you, let's see here, it's between Featherbed Lane and between Business Park Drive. I'll zoom in a little bit further.
Appreciate it. Yep, thank you.
Okay, not a problem. Back to the proposed plan here. We'll have a single access driveway to East Main Street, which is also Route 1. There's an existing paved apron there at the moment. Mr. Giordano at this time is looking for around a 25,000 square foot commercial building. He doesn't have a tenant in line at this point. We have obviously a paved parking facility around the building for full circulation and access. I'll point out on the side here, there are some gravel access roads to the rear of this parcel for maintenance associated with the utilities that crisscross the back of the parcel. And what we have shown here is preliminary grading and drainage. So as you can tell, 40 feet at the main road, 20 feet near the rear, it slopes all the way to the back. So we have a series of slopes at 3-to-1, which complies with your local regulations, and also a retaining wall. I'll just trace the retaining wall in yellow here, roughly. That has a maximum height of 8 feet. Obviously, the goal of this is to create a pad site for the commercial building without impacting the wetlands, the easements, and any associated floodplain or way with the Branford River. We've maximized that here. There are no, at this time with this rough plan, there are no direct wetland impacts. It is all in the upland review area. The purple line I have shown crossing the screen is the 100-foot upland review area. What we roughly show here, I'll trace in blue, obviously is a preliminary layout for a stormwater management system to capture rainwater that falls on the proposed impervious area. The goal of this would obviously to mitigate peak flows, maintain existing drainage patterns, and to provide water quality measures. Everything on this site drains to the rear to the river. We'd obviously look to continue that to feed the wetlands and the river. Obviously, if we get positive feedback, we would be developing a full set of plans, and that will obviously include a full-blown stormwater management report for design calculations, also a long-term maintenance plan for the parcel. We also include landscaping, lighting, soil and erosion control measures. And that's a quick high-level overview. Vincent, I don't know if you want to jump in and give them some historical background or reiterate on something that I maybe have blown over too quickly.
Well, we own property just 2 doors down from here, 460 East Main Street, where our current maintenance facility exists. So back in '04, we bought this property from the Bonson family, who farmed it for 15 years. And I think he bought it from the Rice family, who farmed it prior to that, one of the early settlers in Branford. Joe Fitzgerald was the agent on the property. We bought it in 2004. BL companies, John Mancini and company, have done any number of development versions for us over the years. It has always included a retaining wall of some sort in order to try to maximize the footprint, in that we have 8 acres, but really only usable 30% of that because of the rights of way and the wetlands, but primarily the wetlands. So we always had envisioned a retaining wall in order to maximize a usable footprint. So back in 2016, my son Vinny got approval from P&Z to stockpile some material on the site. It was approved. That particular approval expires in May of 2022. But it was, along with the approval, it was designated as a contractor's yard. So some of our earlier thinking was to just do a modification to a contractor's yard and go with that. But we've since scrapped that particular thought and prefer to go for a full development type proposal. We've had the land long enough. We really don't need it as a contractor's yard, so to speak. So we're looking for either a third party developer to come in. We've had we've been approached on a number of occasions already, but we have to prepare. We have to prepare the pad in order to get some serious consideration there. So if you have any further questions, Matt and I would be happy to respond.
Any need on the site for retention ponds or rain gardens or anything like that?
This is Matt from BL. Yes, so obviously we are increasing the impervious area on site, so we would need to mitigate peak flows per Connecticut Stormwater Manual and any town regulations. I'm going to just zoom in here. As you can tell, where I've traced in yellow is the retaining wall. As Vincent said, that's to maximize the pad area. There is a little bit of land that is in the upland review, outside the wetlands, but in the upland review area in this area here. But based on the easement language for the CLNP right-of-way and the sanitary easement, and also the fact that there's a floodplain here, there's no ability to do an above-ground detention basin in this area. So what we're proposing at this time, and again, this is very preliminary, soil testing will be done later on. We would propose an underground infiltration system underneath the parking lot, roughly in this area. So this would obviously mitigate peak flows, provide groundwater recharge, and then obviously discharge back to the wetlands to match those drainage patterns. That is the current thinking with the layout we have today.
Commissioner Batterman, thank you. No further questions.
This is Commissioner Boda. It looks like a very large amount of parking. Have you maxed out the parking? What is the minimum number of spaces for this building?
Yep, good question. Again, Matt Bruton from BL Companies. We have 117 paved parking spaces. The minimum is 104 and the maximum is 207. So we're closer to the minimum side. Again, with a tenant unknown at this point, there's obviously some flexibility there, going up or down either way, but mostly down. As you can see, there's not much more room left on the site with the grades as they've shown and the requirements for access to the easements in the rear. So 104 is the minimum with this building size.
And then also, again, Commissioner Boda, I think that to Chairman Basserman's question, I'm wondering if, although you have not, you're looking for suggestions or initial feedback, I would suggest to you that you consider incorporating above ground. So whether it's a rain garden or something that you can do within the parking lots, to do some surface infiltration, that is certainly helpful to applications, especially with what looks like an awful lot of blacktop and then roof space.
Understood. Yeah, we are planning to do test bits to ascertain, excuse me, ascertain the soil conditions on site. Obviously being adjacent, Matt Bruton for the record. We're doing test bits on site to ascertain the soil profile, to see if there's rock, ledge, groundwater, seasonal high groundwater, obviously being adjacent to the Branford River and this wetlands and disturbance that's happened historically with farming. Based on the soil type, we could obviously look at all those options. So I appreciate the feedback.
And Commissioner Boda, one more time, I think if you were in for the earlier application, then those also serve the additional purpose of snow stockpiling. And so then I would say to consider where it is that you would do the the snow storage and how you would continue to infiltrate that. And again, preferably in a green space.
Matt Bruton from BL Companies. Yes, I've been listening all along. I've actually worked with Mr. Nuff on several other projects, but understood. Yes, we would come with a plan to show our snow storage operations and maintenance of a facility of this size.
Commissioner Begemon, so this is 8 acres and about 30% is going to be turned into impervious surface, looks like, including the roof. Have you considered any sort of material for a roof that would absorb, like a natural roof, sod roof, something like that?
Vincent, I don't know if you want to jump in or not, but I think at this point, preliminarily, I don't think that has been discussed.
Vincent Giordano speaking here. I appreciate the comment. Quite frankly, that has not been considered. And I know those types of roofs are very difficult to maintain. I mean, they're good in the sense that they do accomplish green area, so to speak. You know, they're very expensive. They weigh a lot. They impact the structure of a building. Quite frankly, just we haven't gone down that road. We have not considered it, and not too excited about doing so either, to be honest with you.
Any other helpful comments from commission? All right, given the time frame, go ahead.
Inland wetland agent, just real quick question. What is the top of wall elevation compared to the adjacent grade?
Matt Bruton from BL Companies here. Jamie, they're not labeled on this plan, but we roughly, where I'm drawing my arrows, these are 3-to-1 grades from the back of the parking lot curb down to the top of the wall. And all of these top of wall elevations, it varies depending as you move along the wall, but the maximum height would be 8 feet. Which I believe is the maximum height in your zoning regulations.
This is Vincent Giordano. I might add that we asked BL to keep the building up. As you can see, we have a finished floor of elevation 42, which we believe works well with our East Main Street contours, which range from 40 to 41 or so. So that kind of dictates the proposed pad elevation, if you will. And like Matt said, between the wall not to exceed 8 feet and the 3-to-1 sloping, that gets us up to pad elevation of around 40 plus or minus 41 in some instances, and then the building up at 42.
I thank you. Hopefully, we'll see this application in the not too distant future.
We look forward to it. This is Vincent Giordano. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Matt Bruton, thank you for your time, everybody. I appreciate it.
Yep. Item C under business. I'm going to need to recuse myself from this item, and I look for a volunteer among the commissioners to act as chair because I'm actually the one that's got to do the presentation there. Do I have a volunteer?
This is
Thank you.
Commissioner Boda. I'll chair. Which?
Matt. Okay. So what'd you think?
What number is it?
Item C under other business, maintenance of crushed stone adjacent to pond to guard against erosion on residential property. The property is 18 Wellesley Drive in town. I'm the owner. Pond is on my property. I sent Jamie some pictures of the existing condition. And I guess the question is, do I need a permit or is this an as of right? Jamie, can you throw up a picture or two?
Jamie Frederick, in the wetland agent, you should be seeing a picture of the area in question. So the question, I guess, is whether this would be a regulated activity or if this would be considered maintenance of residential property consistent with in section 4 of the regulations.
So this is Commissioner Bass. I mean, what you're looking at is north, and I have a pond on the property, about 0.1 acres. It's 9 foot deep at the center. The pond is man-made. It was put in the middle 80s as part of the development in this area. The pond has granite, crushed granite stone on the edges of the northernmost, northeastern sides of the pond. And over the course of the years, the small stone has washed away into the pond. What I'm looking to do is replace the crushed stone, or I should say add to it, 3/4 inch of the Stony Creek granite, wheelbarrow it in, shovel and rake, so that there's sufficient depth of stone and secured so that it doesn't wash away. What Jamie has on the screen in front of you is the shape of the pond. As I say, the area that I would be looking to address is that northern area where the cursor is moving and to the immediate right.
Okay, so Commissioner Boda, Jamie, were you able to find that section?
Jamie Frederick, in the wetland agent, section 4.1C of the regulation says uses incidental to the enjoyment or maintenance of residential property, such property defined as equal to or smaller than the largest minimum residential lot size permitted anywhere in the municipality and containing a residence. Such incidental uses shall include maintenance of existing structures and landscaping, but shall not include removal or deposition of substantial amounts of material from or into a wetland or water course, or diversion or alteration of a water course.
Jamie, would you be able to, this is Commissioner Boda, would you be able to pull that section of the regulation up for commissioners who don't have ready access to it?
Yes, give me a minute. Jamie Frederick, in the wetland agent.
So this is Commissioner Boda. As Jamie is pulling up the regulations, what I will say to the commission is that as of right is not self-determining, so the commission must make a determination whether the action is an as of right activity. So our steps right now would be to look at the regulation the way that it's written, and then to make a determination and a justification. And so we are specifically looking at 4.1C, And she read that, but you can now see it up on the screen. And if you would make a case for it to be as of right activity or not. And if you have the Commissioner Boda, again, if you have any questions or need clarifications.
So my understanding, this is Commissioner Begemon, my understanding from reading that first line of 4.1, the following operations and uses shall be permitted in inland wetlands and watercourses as of right. Okay, and then in C, such incidental uses shall include maintenance of existing structures and landscaping, but shall not include removal or deposition of substantial amounts of material from or into a wetland or watercourse, or diversion of an altercation of watercourse. So it seems to me that, is this pond considered wetland and watercourse? And second is the removal of gravel or deposition of new gravel on the side of the pond. And I think getting the gravel out of the pond, is that considered substantial? Those are my questions.
This is Commissioner Basserman. There's no removal of gravel. It's just the addition of the 3/4 inch.
Keep trying to control the mouse. It's not working.
Correct.
So I think, yeah, so those are the questions, right? And so as you look at this, the first question is, this isn't a removal, this is placing. And this is specifically adjacent to a watercourse. So in terms of the language that's there, this is not specific to a wetland. This is a watercourse. Other thoughts from other commissioners?
Commissioner Begemon again. The only question I have is if the gravel is going somewhere. I know obviously gravel, for instance, or crushed stone in a driveway just gets eaten up into the earth with the freeze thaw. But is there a runoff issue that's washing this gravel into the pond? And in that, if that's the case, then would there be some consideration as to a way to stop this gravel or this crushed stone from disappearing into the pond?
This Commissioner, there are two areas where it's like, and you can see the areas in the picture where there looks like there's some precipitous movement of the existing smaller gravel. So two thoughts is by adding the weight associated with the 3/4 inch, that would help, as well as maybe the placement of some natural stone below the area that the gravel would be placed to act as a buffer and prevent water velocity from taking that stone down into the pond. That's where the stone is getting deposited now, obviously into the pond.
So this is Commissioner Boda. The question before us right now, before we get into can you do this or that, is this an as of right activity? That's what the commission needs to decide first and foremost. So what we have here is an as of right shall include, such incidents shall include the maintenance of existing structures and landscapes, but shall not include the removal or deposition of substantial amounts of material from or into a watercourse, or diversion or alteration of a watercourse. And so does this particular activity fall in line with that? That's the first question that we have to answer.
Commissioner Begemon, it seems to me that this is not in the water course. It's next to it and it seems maintenance. And so I would say it is as of right. That's my opinion.
Other agreement or another thought?
Commissioner Sullivan, I agree with Commissioner Begeman.
This is Commissioner Kraus. I agree as well.
Okay, in that case, Commissioner Begeman, I would recommend that you make, so this would require a motion by the commission that this activity is an as of right per section 1.4C. So I'm going to ask you to go ahead and make that motion. If you need help with the wording, you're on mute.
You. Okay, so Commissioner Begemon, let me get my things. Make a motion that inland waterway number 20.0201, is that correct?
Jamie Frederick
Oh.
in the Wetland agent. This doesn't have an application number. It's item number C under other business.
Okay, so Commissioner Begemon, make a motion that item C under 7 other business, replace stone adjacent to a pond, is an as of right. Let's get the wording. Is an as of right activity per section 4.1C in the inland wetlands and watercourses regulations of the town of Brantford.
Okay, there's a motion on this, Commissioner Bona. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Commissioner Sullivan, I second it.
Okay. All right, so with the second, we will do a roll call vote.
Jamie Frederick in the Wetland agent. Just for clarification, can we add the address that the specifics, since it wasn't
Yes.
in the.
What's the address?
18
18 Wellesley, right? You say Wellesley?
Correct.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion that the address 18 Wellesley Drive be added.
Commissioner Begemon, I accept the friendly amendment.
Okay. All right, so Commissioner Kraus,
Aye.
Commissioner Begeman,
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Aye.
Is Commissioner Grinnell still here?
I don't see him on the participant list
Doesn't
any
look like
longer.
it.
Okay. And Commissioner Boda, aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, Commission.
I will now renounce my temporary chairmanship.
Twice in one
Commissioner
day.
Begeman, you did a really nice job.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Boda.
Next up, agent approvals. Inland Wetland 200501, 15 Lemaitre Lane, construct a 20 by 24 garage.
Jamie Frederick in the Wetland agent. That was brought to the commission previously and was okayed for administrative approval. Minor modifications were made for erosion controls and it was approved. Chairman Basserman, at this point, do you want to add the item that was missed earlier. So that is application for receipt, IW number 200603 14 Lamont Lane, new single-family residence, request for administrative approval.
And do we have somebody for the applicant on the call?
I'm here, Chairman.
Let's see, you want to just frame this for us?
I'm sorry?
You want to just frame the request here?
So, Chairman and Commissioners, I'm here this evening seeking administrative approval for lot number 1 at Stony Creek Crossing, aka 14 Lamarcher Lane, for administrative approval. I have a client that is desperately seeking to relocate from Manhattan to the point where they waived their mortgage contingency this week and begged me to try and get them onto the agenda for this week. They have no time to relocate. I'm not quite sure what the urgency is. So I am here before you tonight seeking administrative approval for Jamie to come out and inspect the erosion control so that we can proceed and try and get any disturbed areas that are already established, reestablished once the building is weather tight.
Commissioner Basserman, Jamie, can you post the lot plan, if you will, so we can orient ourselves with this particular lot?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. You should be seeing the site plan. If you look in the reference location map, this is the southwestern lot in the development. There is a 20-foot wide conservation restriction area towards the rear of the lot. And there is a drainage easement area along the side of the lot. And the drainage improvement has already been installed, as has the retaining wall along the rear of the property.
This is Commissioner Basserman. Is this property, this is on the west side of the road?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent, that is correct. The west
Okay.
side, you said?
Was that Commissioner Kraus? You had a question? Somebody said something.
No, it wasn't me.
Okay, thank you. Have you inspected, Commissioner Basserman, have you inspected the site, Jamie?
Jamie Frederick, Inland Wetland Agent. I was out the other day and I looked generally at the subdivision area and specifically to lot 1. Things are in good shape on lot 1. There is a construction entrance on lot 1 that I have requested clarification on whether that will be the construction entrance that will be used or if the location proposed is. And Michael has had a brief conversation with me about how he wants to use the existing one for now so that he doesn't have to introduce another curb cut. But towards the end of the project, I think he'll want to use the proposed location. So I asked him to add that to the plan to clarify that. And I've asked for a couple of other clarifications and adjustments to the plan and do need to review it a little bit more before I would be comfortable signing off on it. However, if the commission was comfortable with me signing off on it, I do think it could be handled as an administrative approval. Lot 2 adjacent to it was, and there was a condition of approval grant or in the permit for lot 2 addressing that the conservation restriction area should be assessed for any impact at the end of the project and by the project environmental scientist to determine whether or not any impact has been made to that area and if any corrective action should be taken, and if so, what that is. in the plan for implementing it. The point of that condition was to address the fact that the erosion controls were doubled up in that location and berm installed to help prevent any erosion issues in that area. So it's just to make sure that that has been addressed and is not a problem for that area.
Commissioner Ashman, who owns the property behind the easement?
That is owned by the Branford Land Trust, Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent.
Okay. Commissioner Basserman, is that the only condition on lot 2 that we need to extend to lot 1?
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. I don't think it would necessarily be extending a condition from lot 2 to lot 1 so much as there might be an additional condition that was also appropriate for lot 2 for lot 1. We generally have inspect soil and erosion controls, which would, you know, be on both. So,
This Commissioner Bassman, yeah, I guess that's my concern. If I remember, this lot, this had a pretty good slope associated with it, and so I would think that those things that we identified on lot 2 would also be germane to lot 1. And I guess the erosion and the soil and erosion controls that you talked about are certainly appropriate for lot 1. Are there any others that we need to consider before we agree or not as to the administrative approval nature?
I think Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, I think any other conditions that would be appropriate could be identified in a more thorough staff review of the plan.
Chairman, if I may for a second.
Go ahead, Michael.
Mike DeGioia from Donmar. Chairman, so with respect to lot 2, the issue with the easement behind the retaining wall that Jamie's speaking about, we resolved previously via the bonds that are in place. I would assume that that would be the same for lot 1. And I'm sure that Jamie would verify the same. The erosion control measures and the steps that we've taken on lot 2 have resulted in 0 impact to the wetland directly behind the retaining wall. And we intend to take the same for lot number 1.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent, just to clarify, the condition isn't addressing necessarily the fact that there is an issue with the conservation restriction area. It's just essentially a condition to make sure we have documentation that there isn't a problem with that area. If that makes sense. And if there is an issue, that it gets addressed.
Hence the purpose of the bond.
Understand. I guess as I look at lot 1 and the communication that's taken place between the applicant and staff, and it looks like there's been some suggestions that have been incorporated into lot 1. I'm okay with administrative approval for lot 1 of 20. We don't have a number. Maybe there is a number, I just can't find it. Where the rest of them? Oh.
Are you talking, Commissioner Bowe, are you talking about the application number, the 20.05.01?
Yeah, that's it. 20.05.01.
Jamie Frederick and the wetland agent. I'm Sorry, are we talking about the single
Oh, no,
family?
that's the garage.
Yeah, it's
That's the
IW number
garage.
200603, 14 Lamontra Lane.
Sorry.
2006. So with that notation correct of the agent approval, anybody have any different feelings that this should not be agent approved? Do we need a vote on this, Jamie?
I think just general consensus is what we did with the last one, so general consensus is fine. Maybe just
Commissioner
ask if
Bassman, do we
anyone's
have general
inactive.
consensus on this?
Yes.
I think
I
we
know it's
do.
late. I think it's late, guys. Okay.
think.
Just to clarify, agent approval for the application for lot number 1 has been granted. Moving on to correspondence and announcements. Jamie, you have an update on 9A?
Jamie Frederick, inland wetland agent. As everyone knows, David has resigned from his position. We're currently making a couple minor adjustments to the description, try and clean up some things that have historically been not as clear as they could have been. And we'll be posting the job soon. That's basically all there is for that. The next item is
Thank you.
survey. Do you mind if I just run through them?
Please do.
Survey of Young's Pond, Mirror Pond, and Griffin Pond to better assess management options. I was contacted by a representative of Young's Pond Commission, Pond Commission, and they're basically interested in investigating better options for invasive species management. I told them they didn't need a permit for the investigation, but that they would possibly need a permit for the management option. So there might be something coming in the future. Peter previously announced that there would be a training session with Deep Darcy Winther. It has been scheduled for the July 9th, 2020 meeting. The Deep training for municipal inland wetland agencies is back up and running. So it would be, if you have the time and opportunity to do that before the July meeting, it could help get the most out of that training session with Darcy. And then one other thing I wanted to let the commission know about is that a notice of intent to renew state permit for Turbine Components Corporation was received today from the first selectman through the channel of distribution, and I will send that out via email for your reference so that you have that just as an FYI.
This is Commissioner Basserman. I sent out an email, late this afternoon regarding that training session with Darcy. Reiterate Jamie's comment about it would be helpful to look at that training session that's now available online prior to the meeting. But if you have thoughts regarding questions that you'd like Darcy to address, not only content, but also process questions, please forward those to Jamie, who hopefully can compile such interest, and then we can work with Darcy to make for an effective presentation. My feeling is, half hour of presentation material, and then hopefully 20 to 30 minutes of question and answer would be the way to structure the meeting. I know sometimes during the summer we have not met, but I think given the activity that we've seen and project that the July meeting probably needs to be held, and it would be therefore worthwhile to have an hour's worth of time devoted to questions that we've grappled with over the course of our applications for, the months that we've had proceeding. So hopefully we can make the July meeting an effective meeting regarding training as well. Any other comments before we look for adjournment? Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Commissioner Boda.
I second it, Commissioner Kraus.
All in favor? Aye. Let's not do a roll call for this. Thank you very much for all hanging in. Good night.
Night, everyone.
This program was brought to you in part through the support of the Town of Brantford. Watch town meetings and other videos on demand at BrantfordTV.org.